made a bad bet. Play the odds and risk it all. But you're playing my game now. And I'm here to clean house. You made a bad bet. Play the odds and risk it all. But you're playing my game now. And I'm here to clean house. You made a bad bet. Play the odds and risk it all. But you're playing my game now. And I'm here to clean house. You made a bad bet. Play the odds and risk it all. But you're playing my game now. And I'm here to clean house. You made a bad bet. Play the odds and risk it all. But you're playing my game now. And I'm here to clean house. You made a bad bet. Play the odds and risk it all. But you're playing my game now. And I'm here to clean house. bad. Play the odds and risk it all. But you're playing my game now. And I'm here to clean house. You made a bad bet. Play the odds and risk it all. But you're playing my game now. And I'm here to clean house. You made a bad bet. Play the odds and risk it all. But you're playing my game now. And I'm here to clean house. You made a bad bet. Play the odds and risk it all. But you're playing my game now. And I'm here to clean house. You made a bad bet. Play the odds and risk it all. But you're playing my game now. And I'm here to clean house. You made a bad bet.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the South Asia Elite Community Series here at Frag Nation in partnership with Ubisoft. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me once again are my co-hosts, Bullet and Madness, as all three of us are here tonight for the grand finals of this Rainbow Six Siege X tournament, folks. This is going to be the very tippy top of this competition that we have been leading up to since we began in mid-September. And I'll tell you what, it is certainly an auspicious day to get this grand finals going, as we are, of course, also on the helm of the Festival of Lights. With all that said, Bullet Madness, I hope you two are ready. I certainly am. I've got a bucket of popcorn somewhere off screen, and we are going to be getting into this very, very soon indeed. It's going to be me and Madness taking you through map number 1 with Bullet as our analyst, and as is tradition here on this desk, let's throw it over to Bullet. Bullet, take us through what we can expect for this grand finals.
Well. Not going to lie, this might be the two of the very best teams that we have in our South Asia region. I have to give them the credit. Team UWU did qualify in the very first qualifier. They had the chance to actually go up against the side of Hasib Warriors in the very first qualifier matchup in the Qualifier 1 series. But you know what happened? It was the side of Hasib Warriors to win by a 2-0 map score. So for the side of Team UWU, it's kind of like that vengeance game that they had to do. And looking at the past performance of all of the teams, and globally also, there is a tradition that if there's going to be a reset map happening and kind of like a rematch happening, in the team who loses against the winning team, the team who got the chance to take a redemption, always get the more of it. But for now, folks, let's take a look of what exactly and how exactly the prize pool is going to be. As we all know, folks, this is one of the biggest prize pool that we have for the game of Siege in our region. One of the biggest for sure. Prize pool of 3 lakh Indian rupees. But today, it is either going to be the side of Hasib Warrior to take that 1 lakh lion share in their bank account, or it is going to be the side of Team UWU. Second place will take home 60,000, and third place I've already taken home 40,000 INR. Fourth place 30,000 INR as follows on your screens. But for now, folks, let's also take a look at the entire tournament format and how the entire thing got unfolded. Qualifier 1 started off from 7th of September, went out till 14th September. Qualifier 2 from 28th September till 15th of October. Top 4 teams qualify for the playoff from each qualifier, as you all know. And from 6th of October, as we all started on the on broadcast, till up to 19th October, which is going to be today, is going to be the end of this entire South Asia Elite Community Series tournament. But as we all know, folks, Madness, Blackjack, these both teams are going to represent our nation in the upcoming Asia Cup qualifiers, and it is again going to be a huge W coming in for our region, Madness. But for now, Blackjack, what do you think about it?
I was going to say, unfortunately, Madness has had to step back for just a quick second, folks, but don't worry. Me and Bullet will carry you through this entire matchup for now, until, of course, we get our dear friend back. With that said, of course, carrying on from what you said, Bullet, you are absolutely correct. It is a massive win for our region that these two teams are going to be what represent us in the big stage for the APAC Cup Asia qualifiers. And in some ways, it is the classic teams that have done it before, right? Hasib Warriors, a majority of these players are from the Mercenaries era of South Asia, and of course with Zedex and Baz added to that roster. And on the other side, you have Team UWU, who are comprised of a mix of several of the top rosters from back in the day. Of course, you've got Jittery and Beat in there as well from, well, who can forget them, the Union Gaming days. So a lot is riding on this grand finals, regardless of the fact that both teams have already qualified, because of course they're fighting for that 1 lakh top prize pool, but they're also fighting for what is essentially old time's sakes. Here we have the map bands coming in, and of course the picks have been set in stone. We're going to be going to Chalet to start things off, and that's a brave pick from Team UWU. We'll get into that in just a moment. Hasib Warriors have decided to get Bank. I am not surprised in the slightest. And then, of course, we'll be going to Cafe for map number 3, and Nighthaven Labs for map 4, leaving Clubhouse as the decider for the final map. Hasib Warriors taking Bank. No one is surprised. It's a map that they are really strong on. But Bullet, I want to toss this back to you, because Chalet was one of those maps that UWU lost on back in that Qualifier 1 match against Hasib Warriors. So now that they're here, that they have picked this up against them, ooh, I'll tell you what, they've got some nerves of steel to come back to this map.
Or probably some hidden strats, or probably some kind of like a different scenario being set from the side of Team UWU. Losing on Chalet with a 7-3. Not exactly a 7-4, 7-5, which is a much respectable score in my opinion, but a 7-3. It means for the fact that it's probably the side of on the map of Chalet, which went on Qualifier 1. It was side of Hasib Warriors, to start as defending. It means for the fact that Team UWU lost majority of their attacking rounds. So now them again, starting off in Chalet as the attackers first in this particular half is going to probably set the tone right in their side if they are coming in with some really good strat. But for now, in the operator bans, we do have Valkyrie and Mira getting banned up from the side of the attacking team, which is a no surprise and a no-brainer on a map like Chalet. But again, it's going to be the Echo Thermal Charges getting taken apart, getting taken out from the side of Team Hasib Warriors, and also a man which I fear a lot of. By the way, I'm playing a lot of. Of course, it's going to be the side of the list, and as you know, Blackjack, my aim is, and I'm trying to just get my fingers on the meta. But you know, that doesn't matter. Right now, what it matters is like how it's going to be coming in from the side of the Seavers, because their defense on Chalet has been like entire defensive play has been really the pinnacle of what we have seen in the entire Southeast Asia region, to be frankly speaking. Whether they have went against the side of Andromeda Gaming, whether it's talk about them going up against the side of Team Ru, any other team that they have went against, they have shown some of the best defensive playthrough coming in from their side.
That they really have. I gotta agree with you there, Bullet, as Hasib Warriors' defense has been a very tough code to crack. But, of course, if one team can do it, it probably is Team UWU, the code breakers that some of these players have been before. Now, a couple of things about the roster. Beat is coming in, of course, but no Jittery tonight, unfortunately, for the side of Team UWU to start us off. At the same time, for Hasib Warriors, we are not going to be seeing the namesake man himself, Hasib. Instead, Nadia Shrit has subbed in for the big man. So, we've got ourselves a couple of, interesting roster changes from what we would normally expect, but it's not the, it's not the worst thing in the world. But never mind, Fathar's going to start us off in big fashion. That's Dagger gone because they had the peak going from inside of sight into this trophy room right here. And that, of course, allows for Fathar to get a little bit more room. Just keep that space occupied. Keep it out of the hands of the defenders. Regardless of the fact that Dizzy with the Sense has thrown down a bunch of those RU projectors, or one of them at least, and it's got a line of sight potentially to block, it's still not going to be enough because the rest of the team is trying to go above, and it's not going to work because here's Beat going down. There goes Dresh. Zedux and Nadia coming in with two. Baz, is that that's a barbed wire kill if ever I've seen one. Dizzy goes down, and it's all now down to Daisy, who manages to get the DBNL on Zedux, but unfortunately that might be the only one he gets for the time being, as these defenders, they are hungry, they are angry, shots fired, and it's going to be Spidey time to fall, who I also realize is actually playing tonight. And that, of course, means that the Bandit will be taken off the board, but it's a 1v4, and there's a pre-play C4 on this window, which means Desi is going to think twice before going in. He's going to leave that area instead, leave the Azami tour devices, and go off the other way. Diffuser was dropped inside of the trophy window as well, but he gets Zedux nonetheless. That's a beautiful kill to confirm, and it's a 1v3 now, and he's got plenty of time for this too, Bullet.
Yeah, I mean, 50 seconds on the clock, a 1v3, the only thing that he needs to take care of are going to be the EDDs coming in from Kapkan and the Banshee. At this point of time, this particular trophy room is a very congested space to, go up against and take a 1v3. And now going for rotation back towards the main lobby, towards the fireplace, not a very wise thing to do. Right now, all he can do is just like wait for these defenders to get a little bit cheeky, trying to go and over-aggress onto the side of the Daisy, who's playing as Supreme over here. So I don't think that is going to get being done from the side of the Sea Warriors. I think definitely Daisy will just try to waste around that time. Probably just not give away his competitive carry, you know what I mean? But that doesn't really matter in this place. He's just gonna wait it out and let the timer run out. At the very first round in this particular map, Bank is gonna go towards a head start for the side of the Sea Warriors, and gotta give it to it and to the side of the Sea Warriors. And just talking about that, their entire defensive code is very hard to crack. The entire fragging capability coming from Tahar, guys like Fathar, guys like Fathar and Baz is something more, something that needs to be challenged from a team like UWU. And this is what can like also set the entire game apart for the last two games that we have seen on broadcast from the side of Sea Warriors. The individual capability to take down 2v3, 2v4, even like we have seen 1v4 happening from one of the players from the side of Sea Warriors. I'm not able to recall the name right, but we have seen more than enough fragging capability coming in from from a team like Hasib Warrior. So again, I feel like some of these fragging capabilities or some of these fragger like Fatar and Boz definitely are on the same individual side when it comes to the attacking play. We have seen Zetas doing the same. I feel like this is something that U needs to take care of. That can be only taken care of when some of these guys are trying to play on the roamer side and somebody can actually isolate them and just pinch them down to that one corner and take them out as soon as possible. But the problem is Hasib Warriors don't give away don't give away their locations so easily. Don't place themselves in such a volatile position, such an implosive position that you can actually try to counter them out. So that is going to be a huge problem for the side of Team Wu to actually chase down these fraggers and take them out as soon as possible. Despite the fact that they are going to explode the really, the vast variety of the operators that we have, like Demos coming into the picture, and Demos has been such an incredible pick from all of the teams who have definitely showed their best gameplay right in the South Asia Elite Series. Demos has been one of the most, I would say, picked up operator when it comes to not providing that enough support of flexible, but definitely provide that intel if you have the ability to go down for a 1v1. But you definitely need someone to support you through. But because if you're trying to like place up your death mark, somebody's roaming down the fireplace, there will definitely the calls being given away from the guy you're trying to track, and somebody will come up as a backup from the defensive side, and you definitely need at least one guy together with you. But look at that, this is just right there in the doorway on the basement hallways, trying to possibly get in. Drones are being done out, the intel is being given away. So this might be a death mark trying to happen, a death mark being injected inside of Demons, and then maybe the Ram will get inside with the Buggy drones, the sites will get open. Just wait for it.
All right, here we go. Trench door is going to be opened up. Trench wall, I should say. And that's going to allow a big entry point into sight. But never mind. Dagger goes down. Ushrit with a beautiful kill. And that's Diffuser dropped as well. Call's going to go out. Daisy's picked up the Diffuser, but they need to get into sight. That's the problem. Here goes the C4. It's going to get shot out before the attacker down there was able to get taken down. Beat goes off as unfortunately he's been buried, but so has Naughty Ushrit. One for the price of two, and they've got a minute and 10 to make this work. Fatar is repositioning by the rotate into Wine Cellar, knowing full well that he needs to make this happen for his team. Shots fired, but Zedex will not go down. Thresh missing a few too many shots, while Dizzy keeps the player behind the shield busy as well. They just need this to go their way, as the death mark has been thrown out. It's on Baz, who's on first floor, but that's keeping the Deimos occupied as well. He can't go onto site, and that's unfortunate. He didn't even get the kill. Zedex is low, Spidey Time is under half, and there's the C4 from Fatar. He finds one, Baz finds Dizzy, and it's all down to Dizzy, the last one standing. Shots fired in his general direction, and he will go down as Zedex comes in and cleans up the kill. That is going to be a really good pivot from the side of Hasib Warriors. They saw the breach go out, but they were not deterred. They were like, all right, you breached trench, good luck getting in.
Yeah, they were just waiting in for all of these guys from the side of Team Wu to just get in close, pop that one C4. They had the spec wire sensors, they have everything in their arsenal to just get this round into their side. But for now, we have to also go to the side of Team Wu. Despite also like one of the lapses coming from the side of Team Hasib, where Team was just able to capitalize on. Nobody was playing on towards the west main area. There was that one roamer playing on the second floor, but on how that Dokimo was just able to get inside the doorway via the west main entrance or towards from the side of the trophy main is something that they need to worry about. Yes, in a game of C, when you have only 5 players, you cannot just place all of your defenders outside the objective side. You definitely need someone to actually hold the side before somebody starts to just rush down and go in for the plant. But the problem is, if some of these attackers are getting inside the map, getting inside the objective areas very closely, very early, that is going to be a huge bummer coming in for all the anchors. Yes, in the last round, Hasib Warriors was able to stop the entire push, but that is something that they need to take care of. For the time being, the second floor objective is going to get picked up, the master in the office room, and this is something of a very common objective that we all have all seen when it comes down to the side of Chalet, a common objective which is most of the time being one from the side of defenders. But at this time, it's going to be a little bit of the set of changes. Dagger is going to come up for the Lion. Drish is on the Nuke instead of the Dokebi. But an opening right out from the side of Ushrit. Gets straight out immediately from DZ. That was a risky one, but he got the fruit from it, and that is going to be the side of Demas. Again, Daisy going out so very early, and that was the same exact case in round number 1 as well.
I gotta say, they need to stop losing Deimos in these weird situations like it happened in the last round as well, right? They needed him very desperately in the site to put a death mark on somebody and flush maybe the Kaid out of the shield. That just didn't happen. He was too busy up above with Baz the Denari, and he got taken down. But this time, there's going to be the body count advantage for the attackers as Drish manages to find Zedex. That's the Nook coming into play, denying the intel on her position. Beautifully so. I like how the side of Hasib Warriors have pretty much emphasized that they love doing the management, right? They're not even playing Kaid in this part of the map, who is probably the more popular pick overall, but they are instead going full in, doubling down, tripling down even, on having Spidey time this time do the bandit tricking. It was Fathar who pretty much showed us a masterclass of it yesterday, and we're gonna see if that is gonna be more happening tonight. But there's a little bit of a calm right now, a little bit of a calm before the storm. We had some action early on, the jump outs and stuff, but Baz is gonna go down. Dagger takes that kill, and looks like that might have been from the balcony door. No, it was in bathroom window. Wait a minute. Fathar's over here with the SMG-11, knows full well where the Twitch is, but unfortunately, Beat's got the more powerful position between the two, so Fathar will just not be able to beat that. He's taking some damage, shots fired. It's not Beat, it's Dagger, actually, my bad. He's gonna get taken down for his trouble. Second headshot to Fathar, that's 2 down. Can he make it 3? Because there's one more approaching on piano door. Needs to be careful about this because there is the balcony door that's wide open. His position will be given away if he's not careful, but the balcony player jumps down instead, and that's going to be Beat coming down dining hallway as library hallway here is held down by just outside the piano door by Dizzy, and they know that they can't afford to risk it. They need to pivot, and that's exactly what Beat has done. He's coming up Solarium. They're going to do a pinch here with 2 players remaining. Shots fired. Dizzy, beautiful headshot onto Spidey time. Puts Fathar in a 1v2. He's barely got any HP left, but do they know where the Twitch is? They will now, but they don't know where the mute is. Fathar's just hiding. They need to go for the plant, and they're going to get it in time. Dizzy is getting it on the floor. Fathar needs to get in there, and where's the cover? They didn't know where the mute was. He just waltz up right to the line of sight, beating the wall between the sights, and gets a free shot onto the planter. Fathar, the savior for the side of Hasib Warriors, and keeps their round win streak alive. And not just that, that is demoralizing as anything for Team UWU. They were getting the plant down. They barely had time for it. They had the body advantage, and still they lost the plot.
And this is where, we have seen, this kind of like, I would not probably call this a blunder, but this kind of like mistakes does happen in, it kind of happened from what I'm able to remember in the recent W7M when they went up against the side of NIP in the EML. One guy was playing on the wheel. It was a similar scenario, one guy trying to just go into the wall down, and they have no timer running out. They have the timer running out. They have to go into the plant, and they have to just make sure that they get the plant on time. But instead of defender trying to just pulling off, a 1v2, trying to target out the guy giving out the cover, he just goes out to take the plant out, because that's the wise thing to do. The only problem and the only lapse which I see from the side of UWU is just not being, very close enough towards the library control, not being very close enough towards the Solarium control. Everybody was outside of the map, still not being able to take the one-sided control, whether the northern side control or the southern side control off towards the side of library, which was more of like Hasib Warriors keeping the entire team away from the side control for a really, really long time. And this is where another pointer comes off from the side of UWU. You really need to start out to getting closer towards the side of site area. You have to start taking control of the vertical map control. You have to go in towards the downward play. You have to do something, or else the time won't be on your side. But what a play coming in from the side of Fathar. I guess he was on Solus in the last one. And we have seen him doing these kind of situations. No, he was playing as mute. He was playing as mute. So these mute jammers actually kind of helped out to block out those secondary drones coming in and to block out all of the intels right up on towards his position. And that particular corner is something that Team Wu will take a note of. But for the moment now, folks, it will be the first floor side which has been selected from the side of a C4S, which is probably a very attacker favored objective set. As we all know, this is probably the last side that most of the defenders go in for. But for at the moment, the twist in the tail, it is going to be the side of Ashrit, not going for a run out, not being super aggressive, but actually playing Clash in round number 4.
Color me surprised. Ushrit picking up the Clash is not something I expected to see out of him, but, you know, change is eternal, as they say. We've got Desi holding down the west main stairs as well. Call's going to go out on the other side. That's, of course, the Josuke Logic Bomb. And we've got the Raora coming in with, of course, her Dom panels, allowing for a little bit of reshaping of where the popular pathways are, right? That piano door is very much a popular pathway. So that's going to be something taken care of. And Dagger's going to take care of Fatar. That's a good kill right there. One that they absolutely love to have, because guess what? That's not a head, but he's got pings there, Dagger. He's looking for it. Can't quite get the shot, though. But Fatar is a wonderful pickup for them right now, because he was the one who single-handedly saved the round in the previous round, right? Round number 3. So they have got a good one to start things off here. And 50 seconds remaining. They've got time to set up and go for the site. The main thing I'm not seeing for them is any kind of verticality setup. They've got a lot of players and operators who can push horizontal, and I guess they're going to be going for that as Daisy gets Baz on the other side, but Zelix finds Dizzy. That's one down. Daisy's coming around. He's still in kitchen, but he's going to be found by Beat coming down the library stairs, making it 2v4 as Ushrit and Zedex are the only ones remaining. Zedex has now been targeted by the death marks as well. His position's going to be given away to the rest of the attacking team here, and he's going to go down for his trouble. It's all up to Ushrit, who can't find one either. Dagger getting the double to the end of the round to clean things up. And finally, after 3 rounds of getting close and being denied, Team UWU have put their first round on this map for Chalet. And I will say this, folks, this is their map pick. Team UWU were the ones who brought us here, despite what happened the last time they fought Hasib Warriors on Chalet, which was in Qualifiers 1, of course. So they've got quite a lot more to do to redeem themselves here on Chalet.
Yes, sir, and again, another map of Chalet. This is one of the very competitive maps when it comes down to the competitive state of a sea, but also coming down from the side of the Sea Warriors is going to be the fact that you are not invincible as a team, folks. You are definitely going to get traded. You are definitely going to get challenged right on your face, and Team Wu just did that. That was a very clean attacking play coming up from the side of Team Wu. Gotta give them to that. Especially that was also the side where, you know, most of the guys will say, which is actually the case, not exactly most of the guys will say, this is the bar in the gaming room is one of the very last picks when it comes down from the side of the defenders to pick at the side. That is very vulnerable side for defenders to defend on. But gotta give the side of you, it's a very clean attack to give the vertical control, standing down the other defenders trying to play towards the side of library stairs and towards the gaming hallway. Then they control of the gaming or the bar room. But at the moment, folks, as we have Sea Warriors coming up back again to watch the first one, but this time not, it will be the side of dining and kitchen being selected as the objective. Oh, and this is what I was talking about. We have seen the move being very slow in getting inside the maps. Them being very slow to take the first frag, and Boaz will get the kill on the Drush. And this time around, the Thermite has been taken out. And that is going to be the question now. How the fireplace hallway. Zetas gets a good angle on Dagger. Dagger goes down, and Hasib Warriors are coming with a full force on round 5 up against Team Ooze.
Oh, I love this right now from Hasib Warriors. They've got all the key positions held down, library, stairs, and Baz with the Solus on the roam, finding those 2 very important kills, because Gridlock is so amazing at flank watch, right? Of course, some might prefer Nomad, but Gridlock gives you more opportunities for sound cues because there's more things defenders have to shoot out, and her going down without throwing a single one of her track stingers is going to, well, for lack of a better term, sting. And on the other side, Drish, well, I mean, do I even need to say how important Thermite is on the site of kitchen? You need to open up that kitchen wall that always gets reinforced for a reason. And with no Thermite and no secondary heartbeat charges, you're essentially being denied site access. The only other way to get down there is either through the hatch, which is probably reinforced, or through one of the hallways. Now, Zedux getting the jump on, well, trying to get the jump down onto main lobby right there. Didn't quite see that the Ash, not the Ash, excuse me, that there was already a player in there, and will go down for his trouble. There's the death mark out onto Baz, but it got denied right there because of a mute jammer. And Baz, I think, pretty close to where... No, never mind. Desi is actually above on the second floor, going for a roam hunt. And I think there is... Nadi Ashrit might be up there. So, and Spidey Time is as well. So we've got ourselves quite the presence coming in. And Desi knows better than to go for a peek ill-advised, because if he does, he's going to get taken down. He knows that. He knows what to expect. But the problem is, you know what to expect, but can you make it count? Desi's going to take a ton of damage going for the peak right there, and he's going to be forced back. Same with Dizzy, taking a damage. They're trying to enter here. The site, that is. C4 is going to go out in just a second. Fathar's got it ready. He tosses it. It's not a double. No, it's just a single. It's going to be Dizzy to go down. But Fathar goes down as he tries to peek. Beat comes in for the refrag. Better late than never, but it's still a 2v3. Beat's in here. He's going to want to go for the plant, and he's doing it. The call-out's going to be there right now, and the shots are fired, but Dace is here for cover. Beautifully done so. Spotty Time goes down, but Beat falls nonetheless. Nadia should gets that. He's still exposed to a good angle right there from the Deimos. One peek. He's going to go down, but there's the down onto Dacey. It's going to be confirmed. And despite the beautiful attempts happening from the side of Hasib, from the side of Team UWU, they almost pulled it off. They almost pulled off that 2v4. Unfortunately, it wasn't to be. They got denied. The diffuser has been disabled, and Hasib Warriors are now 4-1 up on this map. We're going into round 6 with a 4-1, possibly 4-2 or 5-1 first half. That is a statement and a half bullet to start us off on the grand finals.
I think it was quite expected. Not exactly, I would say, from my perspective, but a lot of people coming in on our broadcast, I'm pretty sure they were expecting it. Because last time, when it was the same map, when it comes down for Hasib Warrior, when they went up against that of Team UWU, they got a 7-2-3 on a map of Chalet. So, given the fact that won't stop, Hasib Warrior, I'm so sorry.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
So, yeah, well, last time when they went against each other on the map of Chalet, Hasib Warriors won with a 7-3 scoreline. So they're trying to repeat the same, but gotta give to the side of Team UWU as well. Slowly and steadily, but in those alternate rounds, the only problem is going to be there not going to be a lot of rounds being given to you just like that on how Team UWU was able to almost get inside the side, almost very closing on towards the timer, was able to get onto the plant. We're also talking about the side of you. The slow methodical approach is working for them, but the only problem is those rounds are running out. They have to play the adaptation game in a very, very pacey way. They just cannot do so many things wrong onto their side and then kind of like able to be a little bit lucky here and there. That is not going to be the play. But also, from the side of Hasib Warriors, the way how the utilities are used up for Death Mark, they are getting the mute jammers for the sensor has been crazy, but there you go. Ashrit comes up for another one. This goes down. This is not exactly looking very right for the side of every time around. Who is going to get the first kill from the side of a Sea Warrior? It is going to be the side of Grish to actually go down. That is going to affect the mental by a lot, Blackjack and Mountain.
Oh, it's going to affect their mental significantly, but you are 100% right on that. But the other thing that it's going to affect is the playstyle, the freedom of movement that Team UWU wanted to exercise. Because look at what they've got. They've got Dagger, who's playing Dokkaebi, and they've got Drish, who's playing Lion. Two of, well, what is essentially the information and area comp, right? Both of them have very powerful global abilities. Of course, Lion, some might say, is a shadow of his former self, but he's still really strong. But never mind, Beat goes for a peek on the other side of the bedroom big window, and he's only going to get shot in the head for his trouble. Here's a secondary EMP thrown, but it's going to miss. He's going to throw it again, and he's going to get the Fade Electro Claw, but they got to get this breach done quickly. Never mind, Tubarao comes in, and that's denied on the Hibana X-Kairos. The moment that freeze wears off, that X-Kairos is going to get taken away by the... Well, never mind. He's going to do it again. Dagger's going to get Spider Time on the other side. That's the Kaid taken care of. Beautiful kill right there. But Zedux, he's still active. He's still above. He is still a danger. As he... Well, he's not above. He's in sight. My bad. But he's still going to get Dagger. And that is just going to be another nail in the coffin right now for this round of Team UWU, because they are just not present tonight. Not sure what's happening. Zedux is going to go down. That's one taken care of. And it's a 2v3 at the 15-minute mark. It's still possible. But with Baz here, it will be harder to do because he's still above. He's still roaming. And Fathar's going to find Daisy on the other side. This man just can't be stopped. 8-2. And it's going to be 8-2 going into the final moments of this round as well, because the blue push from the Legion is in. Good pre-fire, good headshot. And that, folks, seals it for the first half. It's 5-1. Hasib Warriors. My goodness, what a way to open the grand finals here.
Sir, and I gotta give to the side of Fathar and everybody from Hasib Warriors, especially the guy who has been called out to play, who is properly known as the sixth man in this team. Ashrik, going out for a run out, kills one, comes back. Yeah, in round number 3, he was able to get traded out. In round number 4, he was it was an unsuccessful spawn pick from what I'm able to recall it. Oh, sorry, round number 3. Round number 3, yeah, Ashrik went for a run out via the library window. Round number 4, he went down again, but he was completely denied from the side of Drish. But every time someone from the side of Sea Warriors is able to get an opening pick and then just stopping the flexibility coming on from the side of UWU is something that is going to be going to play a very big role in terms of how the scoreline is looking right now. Blackjack 5-1. Again, now it's going to be the side swap coming in for the attacks and defense. As we all know, after 6 rounds, this is the usual pro league play as we have seen for the last 9 years. It might be a different thing because it comes down to the same pointer that it is going to be the pick coming in from the side of Team UWU. But again, it comes down to the fact that they only selected to play as the attackers first in the last in this map. Then they are not able to get most of the
location of a bomb.
Maybe, I'm hoping, as an analyst on Cast on the Desk, I'm hoping to see. I really want to see UWU bouncing out back, firing all cylinders, going all ham against the side of Sea Warriors. The only big problem is that the round score is not going to be on their side.
10 seconds to insertion.
Won by a fluke, by a luck, by anything, it is going to be done. Because 6-1 is the ultimate last thing you want to be at for a very first game. But as you all know, folks, the next one, the next map, it is going to be the side of Bank. And we all know how Hasib Warriors are such a dominating force when it comes down to the second map of Bank.
Bank on Hasib Warriors? Well, I'll tell you what, you can bank on them to put up a performance there, and a strong one at that, just as Bullet said. But on the other side, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. We are still in the map of Chalet. It's still not done just yet, even though Hasib Warriors are 2 rounds away from securing victory for themselves here and starting off on a 1-0. Wait a minute, Zedix has been down. That's fast. Looks like he went for a peek on that bar window and got taken out for his trouble. Beat. Oh, dear me. That was ill-advised, some might say, as he unfortunately lost his life trying to confirm the kill onto the Deimos. Instead, the Deimos will be revived. He'll have like 20 HP, but still, it's better than having 0, as Beat has found out the hard way. Now, of course, it is the Valkyrie, and that means those black eye cameras are going to be active, and you've essentially gained eyes on black eye cameras almost all the time, thanks to the presence of the Valkyrie there. Now, that's not the worst thing in the world. Jump out here, Drish! Well, talk about opportunistic, and beautifully so. He will take that kill happily onto Spidey time. That's 1 down. But are they trying, is my question. Are Hasib Warriors trying to go for the roam clear? I don't think they're emphasizing too hard on it. You've got Xenix here on the gaming room window. You've got Baz here inside of Mudroom, and you've got Nadiashrid pushing the main lobby. They're just going to find Nadiashrid actually for his trouble. He gets taken down. Maybe a little bit of an ill-advised pusher coming from the side of the Hasib Warriors as Dagger takes another. Fatar to fall, and Xander, Baz, and Zedux, the last two standing with about 60 seconds left on the clock.
Still quite a bit of time left, and how it is looking really bad for the SIFC Warriors. It feels the best for the SIFC move, not to over aggressive for a lot of time. Just let the timer run out because this is very low on HP. We just saw a runner coming in from the piano window, just being very successful on the same time. Spy time is going 0 to 6 at the moment. That is going to affect his mental as well, as spy time has been brought out for this very game. I'm not really sure if he's going to be the guy to remain active with all upcoming maps that they have been selected from the side of the team. We do see the engagement coming from the side of Bachelor side of Daisy. Shares a little bit of the damage, though, fair share though. Right, it's going to be the double trade happening from the side of Daisy maybe. But Daisy being able to take down the side of Baz. It all comes down to the side of Zedus playing as a demon for the last pick. Probably gets a pick on Aruni. Yes, it is. Zedus takes on the side of Dagger. Making a 1v3. This is already low on HP. Needs to make that 1v2 hostile. Oh, it gets the side of Zish. Timer running out. He can definitely take on the side of Daisy. Not going to happen. Zedus was more than present over here. And that is going to be the final kill coming up from the side of Fender to take the side of Hasib Warrior back on towards the attacking respawn, and Team UWU winning out their very first defensive round. And like you told, like I guess I was talking about, map number 2 and how Hasib Warriors can take the match point. I was maybe just getting ahead of myself for sure, because things are about to get down very, very real, because Team UWU can be that team again, because comes down to the same pointer again and again and again. It is going to be the pick coming in from side of
Defenders,
UWU.
protect
It
your
is
bombs
their
from
map
being
pick.
defused by
So
attackers.
we have to expect, and they have to actually deliver when it comes down to their defensive play. They have to answer back one after another, take one step at a time, take one boulder at a time, and get these rounds onto the side and just
Bomb
equalize
located
it
by
by
attackers.
That is correct. They will need to win 3 more rounds of extremely good siege right here, as we have ourselves this 2-5 scoreline. Though I will say they are looking a little bit better after that
10 seconds to
round that
insertion.
they just played, right? Because again, they took the time, they studied what they needed to do. And of course, first round of defense, first round of anything usually means that, hey, we might not see that same team in the second round. They might have learned Hasib Warriors, right? They might have taken the time to understand what it is that their enemies are doing, what they can do to improve, and how they can kind of go from there. However, this is still Team UWU. This is still a team that has shown, historically speaking, that they are up to scratch when it comes to the very tippy top in South Asia. So it's that very reason why they're here in the upper, well, in the grand finals, right? You don't get here by just being somewhat good at the game. You get here by being the best of the best. That's exactly what they are. Now, Hasib Warriors bringing out the Blitz is something I'm super interested in, because none of the shield as well, other than Blackbeard, Blackbeard's the only one who's banned. So Blitz has slipped in through play, and if he's effective enough this round, he could potentially mean a Blitz ban in a couple of rounds. But for now, they're focusing on the breach. Thermine's going to get the top floor wall, and of course, the kitchen wall itself has been already breached by the ace.
Yes, sir. Breaches are coming in. We do have the side of Hasib Warriors trying to control of the rivalry all the way over there. But we do have also a complete different set of individuals trying to approach from the the entire play coming up from South Basement. I'm just about to talk for the main man over here, but the guy over here from the side of Hasib Warriors, Ashwin. Is playing on toward the side of basement. I'm not really sure if he's going to come up from the side of the fireplace or probably take the approach towards Solarium. But this is a much more viable approach from what we have seen on the side of UWU. The breach is going to get open on towards the second floor, making the entryway a little bit easier towards the mezzanine, towards the office. We do have people taking on the side of Zetas. That's going to be a wall bang. Good damage being dealt on the side of Frost, though. Spy time gets out of that spot as quickly as possible. 3 guys are playing on the second floor. Spy time gets his opening pick. This goes down. 55 seconds left on the clock. They have to get inside the site. Oh, well, they're already in. But trying to maybe get control a little bit just behind the table over there, but the drones are and everything
Loading
coming
new
in
mag.
from the side of team. Ooh,
Here we go.
The wild free black items are giving away the location. Pass going in for the plant. Matar takes the side of B, possibly a second one. Not gonna happen. Spider trying to just provide the cover. The plant has already been done. 40 seconds left on the clock. Going for the view. DZ gets one. Boss takes down the Daisy. Fatar gets the side of DZ. Double kill, and it's going to be the side of Hasib Warriors to take this on map point. It was a very late plant coming in. A very shakier approach, though. Not going to lie, it was a very shaky approach from the side of Hasib, in my opinion. It was a very good hold from the side of U, especially up till then on the second floor. 3 guys were playing on the second floor to stop the vertical control being given away. But look what just happened. Complete deniability coming on the fireplace hallway. Complete control being given away to the side of a Seawarriors. They just open up the main breach. They just easily take control of the kitchen side and they go in for the plant. And that is why, my friend, you have to be very flexible on how you want to distribute your manpower across the map.
Absolutely. 3 players in the top floor unfortunately came back to bite them in the back because of what happened in that top floor, right? We unfortunately saw them fall apart in the side, Team UWU that is, and like you said, man distribution is very important. Had they maybe spared someone to play the kind of site lurker role on Solarium Stairs, things could have ended differently. Unfortunately, that was not the case. And even then, their top floor hold mostly was taken apart by 1 player, if I remember correctly. So it really was just a case of losing your gunfights in the worst possible moments. And of course, Hasib Warriors, shaky, yes, but they still managed a good round there, especially using the blitz for as much cover as they could to get the plant with the shield on his back. They knew exactly what they were doing, and they executed on it. I wouldn't say perfectly, but well enough. And that's exactly what we will be happy about. Now, we have ourselves a couple of interesting picks here. Sledge and Thatcher coming in along with the Nomad. Morrissey Warriors, Drish finds Baz on the jump in. West Main not cleared out enough and in time. And oh dear me, Impact's out. He's going to go for it, but never mind. Ill-advised. He's going to go down for his trouble. There's one more on West Main stairs. Nadia Ashred did find Drish, and on the other side, Daisy has fallen. So their first floor roam has been chipped away at, and a very much large chunks of it have been taken away. So that leaves, I believe, 1 player on West Main Stairs. I don't recall who it was, but they've fallen back. So good on them, because these defenders, they need bodies. Never mind, Dizzy is up in is up in bar, and Beats coming up the blue stairs as well for that exact purpose. They know that they need to take care of these vertical players. In the meanwhile, Legion Mines, whatever's left, are going to be a little bit of a pain for these attackers to deal with. But the moment the drones see those defenders, there you go, Dizzy's gonna fall. That's 1 down, but Beat finds Ushred. That's the return kill that they so desperately needed, but that leaves them in a 2v3 still. All attackers on pretty much full health. Minor damage dealt, if at all, with the Legion Mines and barbed wires, but they're looking for a breach on this trench area. Shots fired. Spy attempt did take 1 bullet to his gut, but other than that, it's going to be the breach going off on that front wall facing Big Garage. They still need to get the inner trench wall right now, and Zedex doesn't have the room to get in there, especially with the bigger breach now open, but they got the EMP in there nonetheless. They're going to get that breach done, and it means it's a double breach push potentially, as the shots are about to be fired. 40 seconds remaining. Beautiful from Dagger. He's going to find Spy Attempt. That's 1 down. It's a push out from the Bandit. Beat manages to get 1 more, but it's Fathar. He's alive, and he is dangerous. He gets 1. He's going to run all the way to the breach. And he knows what the last one is, but doesn't quite manage the kill. Misses the head, but the Bandit doesn't. And that will be another round to Team UWU by the skin of their teeth. But they still make it, and they are still alive here on map 1. It's 3-6 in Hasib Warriors' favor.
We were just talking about on how the round number 9 kind of didn't, round number 8 kind of didn't went on to the side of Team UWU, how the poor man distribution was. But here, the case was 2 of the guys, Bandit and Kaid, both still playing on the main hallway stairs was actually the reason, in my perspective, to be frankly speaking, to get them this round. Both of these guys playing on the bottom library stairs was actually the reason on how the entire attacking push coming in from the side of Team Hasib Warriors was just stopped. And this was one of the brilliant plays, one of the very clever and smarty plays coming in from the side of Team Wu, which they actually need to maintain so they can actually get one
Attackers need to
one
locate
round
and
after
defuse
another one
bombs.
and get this to the overtime, because right now as Warriors are on match point. So particularly to say for this series a map point, not exactly match point, because match sometimes refers to the entire series. Map point for sure coming in from the side of Sea Warriors, and this is where Sea Warriors has that, that still has, they have the breathing space that even if they gave away a few of these rounds up till, I would say, up till at least 6-4, they still have the chance to just win it out one and get this thing closed as soon as possible. Now again, the problem is it is going to be the side of sight, which no one in
10
the
seconds
defensive
left.
side is gonna be happy about. Gaming and bar area getting picked up from the side of Team Ubu. They have to take the control of the library. They have to try to control on towards the mezzanine. There is a lot of the vertical uphold that they need to do up against a team like a Sea Warriors to just win out this round and go 6-4.
There's a lot that needs to happen. And I think for Team Wu, the best approach for this is going to be to just play this with each individual round as its own kind of mini map, right? Mini match, I should say, because otherwise they're just going to get taken down if they think too big too quickly. They need to kind of isolate themselves to this round. Okay, if we win this round, that's great. That's another win. We win the next round. That's great. That's another win. You have to think of it that way. Otherwise, you're going to start thinking about, oh, what do we do on the next round? What do we do on the next round? And that is going to eat away at your psyche until you can't properly understand what's happening in this one. And guess what? You found yourself in the crosshairs of an overtime, and you want to avoid that. Now, of course, utility burns are happening. There's the Wamai play from Dagger, and that's going to allow for a little bit of these flashbangs and Grim canisters to be held on to, but not for too long, as you have, once again, more and more of these explosive utilities being thrown into place. You've got secondary EMPs as well for when they need it, but wait a minute, is Baz in sight? When did this happen? The Blitz is just in here right now, and he's just got free roam of Pantry. They need to get in, they need to plant, and if the defenders are falling apart, Drish with the team kill, that's unfortunate, as he falls to Spidey Time on the other side. It's all up to the 2v5 right now. Daisy and B, and they are just, unfortunately, in no position to do much of anything. Daisy finds one. He's gonna go up to the Blitz. Pistols out. He's going for the melee, but he's out of ammo. He's flashed and taken, put out of his misery. Oh my goodness, when did the Blitz get in? That is going to be the big question on everyone's mind. The man distribution. They had it locked in for Kitchen in the last round, but then they fumbled it in this round, unfortunately. But fortunately for Hasib Warriors, they will be the ones to win map number 1. Uwu brought them to Chalet. They were feeling brave about it. I'll tell you now, they will certainly be ruining that decision bullet.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that blizzes me. You have seen me play these shield operators. I get inside the side, then I scream at you guys all day that, guys, I'm on site. Where the hell are you? We have to go in for the plant. And it was a map point. They just needed those shield plays. And you know what? I was about to say, even if they didn't get this particular one, what they need to do, they need to get double shield operators. And that is how some of the teams in the EML region are able to get these overtime rounds from map point. But for now, folks, welcome back, Madness. I hope you actually enjoyed the game via the phone connection or whatever how you wanted to do it. And tell me about your thoughts coming in. And by the way, just before I throw it to you, this is exactly the same score line which happened on September 13, 2025. 7-3 exactly was the case, and now on most of like the usual case of being here with a 7-4.
Yeah, this is not looking like Uwu in the finals form, because this is the advantage they had of winning the upper bracket, like getting through the upper brackets to the grand finals, is getting that first map pick. And you've taken Chalet, and this is the performance that is coming out where you're getting dominated by Z Boris Fatar became a monster, especially in the earlier rounds. Round number 3 is where he popped off, secured the. I don't understand why there was no cover, first of all, for the planter over there, but that just might be miscommunication. But Fatar pulls it off, does well. And this man with a C4, I kid you not, I think I've only seen him once, maybe miss it out. Every single other time, his C4s are landing left, right, and center. He's getting a kill almost every single time. We even got close to getting a double in this map. So amazing performance coming from him. And then in the last round itself, Paz, with the shield, with the blitz, is just randomly in sight, and nobody seems to know what to do about it. Even at the end points, still couldn't deal with it. So I just think, ooh, off to a very bad start in the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, talking about the side of Team UWU, being their own map pick and them being not able to win their defensive side is something that is going to raise question in the next map as well. Not just about the bank, not just about the other maps. Being very weak in your defensive side is something which I kind of like reconciles the fact that, hey, you need to win your defensive rounds. There's a reason why still in the FPS term people still say that defensive rounds are much easier than the attacking play. But Bank being the second one, and I guess then we are going to play the side of Cafe, where it is going to be the pick of coming from the side of UWU. But still, Bank is something that we all know what we have seen from the side of Hasib Warriors. They are that one force in South Asia that you actually need to go when you are going up against a team like Hasib Warriors. You should actually ban the side of Bank at the first place, from what we have seen in the Qualifier 1 stats as well, and from the side of Qualifier 2 stats as well, from the side of Hasib Warriors. But Blackjack 7-2-3. Extremely sorry. I thought for a second that was a 7-4. 7-3. Exactly the same score line, which was not exactly, but almost a month before. I would not call this like how the universe wants to play it out, but how exactly, maybe for the storyline part, Hasib Warriors wanted to go through it.
I mean, they're just going to be happy about this, right? I see no universe where this scoreline doesn't make them very excited for the prospects of this best of 5. It's the grand finals. You're fighting for 1 lakh INR. And I'll tell you what, they will be so very happy about this. Now, kind of touching on the map picks that you pointed out, Bullet, I will say that Team UWU were the first to ban Lair, and it's just a case of the way best of 5 map bans work is that the winning team from the upper brackets, right? They get to pick the first map. Then it's 2 bans, pick, 2 bans, pick, then decider. So there's only so many maps you can ban, and they chose to get rid of Lair because we've seen Hasib Warriors in the last couple nights be so very good on this map. But that does leave Bank, that leaves Border, that leaves Nighthaven Labs. At this point, what map is there that Hasib Warriors aren't good at will be the question on everybody's mind. But let's kind of zoom away from that and look at the stat sheets that we are presented with once again. And I will say, across the board, there were some really good performances. We talked a bit about Fatar, of course, having a really great performance, 10-5 and 87%. But let's not forget Baz, 3-1 on the entry and 10-5 as well, followed closely by Naughty Ashrit, 9-6 and 3-0 on entry. Those jump ups, I'll tell you what, man, they are paying off. But on the other side, for Team UWU, most of them have 7 kills. Dizzy, Daisy, and Dagger going pretty all right in terms of performance. Unfortunately, just kind of lagging behind in their map presence, in their gunfights, and in their overall, kill percentage, their win percentage, right? They lost too many gunfights, they lost too much space, and it was just a case of them being outplayed more times than they could outplay the enemy, at least if you ask me. Yeah. And that's why we have ourselves this scorecard, right? Even with this being a 7-3, looking at Team UWU, looking at the actual individual kind of round-to-round kill death ratios, it looks like the scorecard you'd see from maybe a 7-4, 7-5 instead. But no, folks, this is a 7-3 scorecard at the very top of the South Asia Elite Community Series map and team pool. And that is why these two teams are the best of the best. And I will say I'm excited to see what they have for us when we get to the map of Bank, map number 2. Woo, that is going to be a doozy of a game indeed, isn't it, Madness?
Oh, it definitely will be, and that's what you're talking about. The way that grand finals work, there are only certain maps you can bet out. You're betting out the layer, but you're leaving in the bank, and that's what we'll have to look forward to. And given that their performance on the map, which was their pick, essentially shows you that this might be a tough time heading in to map number two. They have to honestly pick it up. They had okay decent numbers, but if you give up clutch situations like the one where Fatar clutches out, if you give up these kind of opportunities where you can actually start getting rounds for yourself, that will never work out for you. You cannot, especially at this point in the competition. I know it's pretty much for seeding right now because both these teams have qualified, but there's also money, huge money jumps as well between, right? Between 60k INR to the 1 lakh INR. That's the 40k in between that you're jumping up. That's what you're fighting for, honestly, here at this point as well. So if you are not going to be putting in the performance, you're not going to be getting any of that financial gains.
Yeah, definitely, and especially as you talk about some of these opportunities on how the runouts were coming in from the side of Hasib and him being successful. Yes, two of the times he was denied, one of the times he was traded out, but just being able to do a run out in a competition like this tells a lot about that how fearless they were at their map in their opponent's map pick, and how they badly just want to take that early man advantage as well, so they can just reject the entire map control coming up from the side of Team U. But I guess, folks, we have to wait for a while as we get down to the side of the bank. And but before we actually throw into a break, Blackjack, what do you think? Because you both are going to be here, of course. I'll throw my analysis as we come after a break. Blackjack, what do you think? Do you think exactly like Hasiwars will take map number 2 bank on their side, or do you think it can be a different storyline?
I mean, all signs point to Hasib Warriors taking bank. I'm going to be honest with you, Bullet. Like, the caster in me and kind of the spectator in me wants us to go to a 1-1. It wants us to go to the 3-2 finish, right? Whoever wins at the end of the day. But at some point, as he said yesterday, you got to be real about this, right? You got to be realistic and say that Hasib Warriors, they won against UWU once before. And we started off the same way as we did in that qualifier 1 semifinal. So here and now, to say that Bank could go the side of Team UWU, it's possible. I will give them that. They're a fantastic team, and I certainly expect them to fight for their life. However, it might not happen. And that is something we have to be very much prepared for. But before all of that happens, before all of our theories become reality or are snapped away to dust, we're going to be taking a quick break. We will be right back.
You made a bad bet. Play the odds and risk it all. But you're playing my game now. And I'm here to clean house.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the South Asia Elite Community Series for Rainbow Six Siege X here at Frag Nation in partnership with Ubisoft. I'm your host, Blackjack, joined by my good friends, Bullet and Madness, once again, as we are back for the Grand Final Sunday. It is the big one. It's Championship Sunday, folks, and we are already done with map number 1. That's right, for those joining us just now, map number 1 ended not too long ago, and we are in a 1-0 for Hasib Warriors over Team UWU. Team UWU took us to the map of Chalet. It did not go well for them. Hasib Warriors won it 7-3, and now we are going to be going to map number 2, Bank, where me and Madness will be taking you through it, while Bullet will be our analyst for this desk. And as is tradition around these parts, I'm going to throw it over to Bullet first. Bullet, take us through what you can expect, what we can expect for map number 2.
But yeah, given the track record as we have been applauding the side of a Sea Warriors, and we have been, just saying that the fact that it is going to be a victory coming from the side of Sea Warriors, in my opinion, just because of the fact that it is the reason that they have shown a really good track record of playing, not in just this particular tournament, but for the past couple of years. And this is why I put up a big statement that if you are going up against that of Sea Warriors in a best of 5 or best of 3, you need to ban Bank. But given the fact that on how we did saw the slow methodical adaptation, slowly and steadily pushing down on towards the side of Team UWU, it can be a really good, I would say, starting off from the side of Team UWU. But we have to just kind of wait for it. We have to actually just see the couple of the first rounds on how things are gonna get unfolded for the side of Team UWU, because the runouts coming in from Ashrit, Spy Time actually able to pop off when it's needed. It's just not the storyline between just 2 or 3 individuals being able to pop up when necessary. We have seen Baz yesterday, or I guess the day before yesterday, it was with the matchup against the side of Won't Stop Peaking. It was the side of Baz to actually go up against his trigger fingers and getting those picks left, right, and center. Yesterday it was Fatar to pop up with those C4s. Today it is almost the same case for these 2 lads. But talking about the side of Team UWU, as we take a look at the map veto, as we have seen the Bank coming in for the second one, third will be on Cafe. Now Cafe and actually Night Haven, if we are able to go towards that extent, Blackjack and Madness, things are gonna get very uncertain and very uncalled for. But talking about the side of Bank, I feel like if Team UWU are able to win a couple of rounds on their starting now, making it a 3-0, making it a 4-0, yes, they might put us out for a different storyline. But before I say and before I jinx it, how about Blackjack and Madness? You guys take it away. Over to you, Blackjack.
Thank you for that, Bullet. And we will be jumping into map number 2 here. This is Hasib's pick over here for the side of them. And whose map it didn't go their way. Chalet did go their way from this side. And now we are going to find ourselves over here. We are going to see Hasib going to be on the attacking side, and Blackbeard's not banned out. It's gonna get picked up. We saw a lot of blitz gameplay coming in from them in the hands of Buzz, but it's gonna be Naughty Ashrit going to be picking up the Blackbeard. The Monty was banned out, but that's the shield that UWU didn't want to deal with. But they're gonna have to face the repercussions of that decision with Blackbeard being selected. I even see Ella over there as well. So we're going to go to the basement side. There is a Kayet ban, so Electric won't be able to stop the hatch. So you're gonna have to play a bit of roaming. You're gonna have to take a bit of 2F control and 1F control. And we know that Hasib Warriors do like to do that top-down approach as well over here, Blackjack.
Yeah, no, they absolutely do, because this is Bank, right? And this is Basement Bank as well. You're going to need to clear first floor, get the hatches, and play from that point onwards. You can see the repicks happening here as Spidey Time is going to get out of the gridlock and into the Grim. Understandably so, Grim in this situation, arguably on this site, is probably more powerful, and you can just have somebody on first floor going for flank watch, Baz on the other side bringing in the Fuse, who has really risen to being very, very good for top-down clears on maps like Bank and Chalet and so on and so forth. Now, we didn't get to see much of Fuse in the previous map. That's because the playstyle on Chalet for both of these teams is a lot different than what you may expect from your traditional ranked game or even the group stages of this tournament. However, here at the very top, here on Bank, you're going to see this this operator come in with those cluster charges. Now, Ella is interesting to me because, of course, it's not a pick for the gun. It is entirely a pick for the Grijmot because, let's be real here, if you wanted an operator with high utility who also has the Scorpion, right now you have the option of Denari, and that's not what they've gone for. So they clearly want the barbed wire, they want the Grismod to be in play, and that's why Daisy has picked up this Polish defender right now. Grismod, as I speak of them, they're going off in the face of Nadiasha, the Blackbeard, trying to find his space inside of the first floor right now. Somebody's in archives. That is going to be, I believe, Pete the Melusi. And you've got the red pings coming in. You've got the fuse above with the cluster charge. He's going to be popping them off one by one. Destruction is happening, but it's not going to find anyone just yet, as we have the first targets coming in. Shots are fired. Wait a minute, somebody went for the flank, and they still lost the gunfight. Zedux with a beautiful shot onto Dizzy. He didn't even have the full idea of where Dizzy was, but he got it nonetheless. And now he's on the hunt. Fatar comes in, finding Beat to get the second one.
Fatar gets the kill. I always thought the second Zedux is the one getting the kill through the wall, but no, Zedux, nice turn around, gets the drop on the man trying to get a flank onto him, and in the blink of an eye, Hasib Warriors with the man advantage, 5 men to just the 3 of Team UWU, and now after the top number 2, the minute left, they have made their way to server room. They're gonna be looking to clear it out. The P comes in from Dagger, unsuccessful. Fatar ends up getting the kill. He's looking for one more, as well as it's only Drish and Daisy left for the side of Team UWU in round number of map number 2, and now the exothermic just gonna Daisy with a team kill onto this. That is not what you want to see in a grand pass. The second time it's happening. Daisy does answer back onto this time yet an opponent. He's gonna get the kill on Noriyashi, but the plant is going down. There are 4 men against 1. Daisy against the world is trying his best. Pre-fires around all angles around him, but here comes the hive minds as well. They're gonna give away. No, it's not revealed, but he's tucked away into a corner. The drone will spot him out. The drone will know exactly where the ally is. He's worried about a flank. Changes direction. Fatar will pick up the scraps of that round, and that's going to be a very strong start to map number 2 for Z Warriors.
Strong is an understatement, I will say. What a way to start things off for them, as they barely lost much ground there, right? The roam clear, beautifully done. They used the fuse to almost, well, pretty much perfection, and they had the Deimos coming in for the tracks, for the intel. And I gotta say though,
Defenders, protect your bombs from
that
being
shot,
defused by
that
attackers.
flick, the turnaround from Zedux, he's like, oh wait, I'm getting shot, I want to turn around, ha! It's like a well, not a 3, but you get the point. I'm hyping it up a lot. But that's because moments like that happen few and far between in a game where 2 teams know each other as well as these 2 do, right? These players have played each other across different teams, across different years, and across different eras of Rainbow Six Siege. So to see them here and now, playing in this style,
10 seconds
it's got me
left
all
before
kinds of excited, folks. Can you blame me? Because they are
5 seconds
and always
remaining.
have provided such wonderful entertainment, wonderful performances for us to provide our voices over. Now, one thing I will say though from Team UWU, Mira hasn't been banned, and this is the second time they're going to basement lockers. They haven't picked up that operator yet. And that's kind of curious to me, because Mira is a staple of the basement hold. Instead, they're really doubling down, it seems, on getting roamers for that top floor with the Solus, with the Mozzie, and of course with Beat also on second floor. They've got the mute jammers now, just in case we have those scans coming in from the Deimos. So they're pretty much tripling down on it, give or take, and Beat's going to take a ton of damage for his trouble. Here come the Kawan Hives to force him to stay inside a janitor, and now more shots are going to be fired. He has to escape here soon. He knows it. He's going to get the drop. Potentially Dizzy's taking damage now, and he's going to have to escape. And this is good from Hasib Warriors. They're not taking kills, but they're taking HP, which means these defenders are going to get a lot more, careful about taking these gunfights.
But this time, at least the side of UWU has bought time, right? Because last time they had pretty much given up 2F. They were fighting at least around 1F, but this time it's caused Hasib Warriors to pay even more attention to that 2F floor to try and get a bit of more, duration, a bit more space for themselves. And now they're trying to hunt out everything. This is draining the clock pretty well, because when it was 1 minute left, last time Hasib Warriors had already made it to the server room with a huge man number advantage for themselves. But for now, they're still stuck clearing this 1F for them here in Baggett. Now finally the hatch is going to open up into server room. Now they will finally make the push. They've not cleared out any roamers as of yet. They've had a couple of damages. Speaking about a roamer, Beat was just hiding behind the sofa. Peeks up in time to catch the kill onto Spite, and this means no more hives available. The Grim is out of the picture for round number 2, and Hasib Warriors going to have the first casualty. They're going to have the second casualty as well, as Drish gets another for his team. And over that side, you can see that Beat low HP just hovering here in staff room, but there's a blitz behind you. Even I didn't hear that shield a bit too late, and naughty Ashwin gonna surprise the mute over there in the corner. He had no idea, no inkling that there was an enemy behind him, and they've even let this hatch unreinforced here on the top side. He's gonna just open up very nicely for them. We even have a sledge, so Baz will probably make his way over to go for the entry, but they're already making their way to the floor, and there's a reason for that. There's only 30 seconds left for Hasib Warriors to make their appearance right here into the side basement. Second time is being a bit draining on the clock for the side of Hasib Warriors, and they are not ready for Dagger. Waiting over in ground. Zedux gets a Drake kill onto Desi instead. It's a 2 versus 3. 9 seconds left. Zedux has the diffuser. He's not even close to side. He's stuck in the elevator. The moment he comes out, he's gonna get shot on. It's gonna be DZZ going down at the last second. The diffuser should be going down, but will the plan go completely through? It will not. Drish will get a kill with the shotgun to secure this round for the side of Team UWU.
And already a much better start for Team UWU than they did in the previous map, because in map number 1 they were getting pummeled in the second round. This time not so much. The double down on the roam did work out ultimately, and they did take a lot of time away from the Hasib Warriors. Roam clear, as they probably thought, all right, they saw us do it the first time, they're not going to expect us to do it again. And this time around, they were a lot more proactive in getting away, right? They took damage. They were like, okay, we're not going to win this gunfight. If we stay here, let's move, let's get out of here, and let's kind of reconvene elsewhere. And it was first floor. Beat staying on the first floor, pretty much sealed the deal, because he got a great kill onto the Grim. And then Dizzy on the other side getting another one, right? Those 2 kills giving them the body count advantage at what was barely any time left to set up for the top down. In the first place, UWU played that to the best of their ability, and I will say it gives them a lot more room to work with here, because they've shown Hasib Warriors that they're not going to go down easy. They are not going to, give it up just like that. They're going to play until the scoreline reflects either a victory or a defeat, and they are not going to be messing around about that. Now, all that said, of course, we have Drish with the... Wait a minute. That wasn't a spawn peek, because he was very much inside or right by Janitor. Zedux just gets pummeled. Not exactly sure where from. That's a big drop right there. As we have now the Sense, I should say, trying to get a couple kills off from the window rappel. Gotta be careful of main lobby though, because main lobby counter peek is very popular. But wait a minute. It's the Nook. Baz could certainly make a massive play. There's somebody on the top here that you got to be careful of. You are making a lot of sound as you do this, and it's been heard. The barbed wire making the Nook squeal as well. There you go. Dizzy's gonna jump down, take the kill, and that's gonna put them in a 3v5.
Izzy being the man, jumps completely down with the shotgun, instantly gets the kill out of the Nook, one person because of the barbed wire, and he was also making quite a bit of footsteps towards the end of that lurk up the stairs, gets caught out, gets put in the ground. And see Warriors with the man deficit this time pretty early in. They don't seem to have anything. They have 2 people repelling outside, but Fatar and Ushit don't seem to be catching any flies for them hanging out over there. This is a nice hole as well on that side. Trying it a peek. In the meantime, Spidey from the top of this skylight can't seem to be getting anything on the top of square right about here. He is looking for one, but it says it's going to be Desi's bullets finding the body of Spidey over there. The team left with just 2 members and no casualties on the side of Team UWU so far. A C4 even prepped and ready in case it needs to be thrown. And now finally we get to see some Sense holographic walls. He's trying to create a bit of distraction because it looked exactly where Fatar is. Fatar seems to be rappelling down in the main lobby and will try to make his appearance with them, but Ashit still repelling outside, still trying to get a kill, and it makes complete sense. They're going to need something to try and equalize them, to just try and make something of round number 3 over here.
Shots fired this time as the Hibana getting the down onto Daisy. 1 down. Flashbang's going to go out. Bridge gets a double for himself as Nadi Yashrith will fall. As the barbed wire breaks, it's going to be the head of the Hibana that also gets shattered by the bullets coming off the SMG-11. Beat with the final kill right there. Securing the round for the side of Team UWU, who will take their first lead in this matchup. As in map number 1, they were never able to equalize, let alone take a lead. But here now in Bank, it's a different story. They are here to fight, and they are here to fight tooth and nail. Nook's going to get banned, understandably so, because had the Nook play been able to go off right there from Hasib Warriors, had that been, had that gone to plan, I'm pretty sure we'd be seeing something very different for round number 3 right there. However, it wasn't, and they're going to want to avoid that. In the meanwhile, Azami is going to get banned from from the defender side from Team Hasib Warriors, so good play on them, as we did see Azami be very, very annoying so far. They don't want to have to deal with that anymore. With that said, with basement 1 and 2nd floor, they're going to go, the defenders that is, to the 1st floor open area kitchen site, which is, of course, the more popular of the 1st floor sites outside of staff room. And, of course, once again, this is going to necessitate heavy roam presence on the archives and office site. Excuse me, at the archives site. And of course, it's also going to necessitate roams on the 2nd floor. So a lot to do here for Team UWU, because they are still in the map deficit, but it's only map 2 in a BO5. They've got time, and they are certainly going to use it the best they can.
5 seconds to insert.
They do, and let's see how well it works out for them over here. The Nook ban, I think it's the first time we'll be seeing this. Makes sense given the kind of play that was being made last round. The Nook almost managed to get up, but the barbed wire stops him in his tracks, quite literally over there. But in the meantime, Dagger will be switching over to the Dinar. We were talking about him having the same Scorpion gun as Ella as well, so the same SMG, but no, he switched over actually to the FMG in his hands over there. So switch up of guns as well as switch up of utility for the side of Team UWU. Dish again on the solos, and the only one that Xerox can actually tag with the death mark as of yet is the Legion. It's only going to be Desi that he can target. The Goyo does add the aspect of delaying rounds the further and further it takes. So Hasib Warriors has to make a bit of quick progression. I'm expecting maybe some 2F fighting going on. And it's going to be beat over here in 2F near the elevator shaft, but he's the only guy on 2F for the side of Team UWU. So they've left him alone, and it's basically a 1% roam and 4% people turtle up inside and protect that 1F. So let's just see if Hasib Warriors recognize this weakness, target it, and try to get the Goyo out earlier on so they can get the man advantage.
Moment of calm right here, as we have the track stingers going out. The attackers trying to take up positions, but elevator is going to be a big one right now, as you've got oversight on main lobby, banana stairs, and of course even this hallway here. Looking into, of course, janitor door. B's going to take a ton of damage right now. He does fall down the hatch of elevator, and I think that might have been what did the damage to him, but he's still alive, and that's kind of the big thing here. We've seen players of Team UWU take chunks of damage, but it doesn't matter to them. However, this is going to matter to Hasib Warriors, as Beat comes around, gets a beautiful kill onto Baz. That's 1 down. And he is ready to rotate away. Nadi Yashrith has been put on the floor as well. Zedux falls. It's completely collapsing for the side of Hasib Warriors' attack right now, as they've been read into, and slowly but surely they are losing ground and losing bodies. There's only so much you can do. We have the breach coming in on the hatch, but it might be too little too late. 40 seconds remain on the clock here, as it's basically up to Spidey and Fathar to get these 2 final kills. And Fathar, he's been popping off since yesterday, but tonight in map number 2, it hasn't been the best showing for this player. Flashbang's out. He's going to drop down right next to the archives window, but he knows that someone's over here that would have had the call from earlier. Shots are fired, and he gets double-sided. Daisy gets the other kill on the other side. That, folks, is going to be the 3-1, and boy, oh boy, Team UWU, they are certainly not here to play.
Team UWU looking way better on bank than Chalet. Begs to question what was going on during their own pick and ban phase in terms of map. We might see a pause because I think we have someone who has left, but that was a flawless defensive round coming out from Team UWU, and they made Hasib Warriors look like they were kind of lost the entire time about where people are, where people okay. That Goyo bought a lot of time as well, drops down, gets a kill for his shovel. So that one roam strategy does end up working out for them because they took so much time to the side of Hasib to clear out 2F that by the time you hit 1F, you're a bit in disarray about where everybody's located, where kind of moves that you can make. So unfortunately for Hasib Warriors, they find themselves in their own map pick, this time being the ones in the round deficit. Team UWU with 3 and Hasib Warriors with just that sole round, and we only have 2 more rounds left in this first half for Hasib Warriors to try and tie it up heading into the second one.
Oh, you caught me drinking water there. But I will say it's going to be 2 rounds of near perfect siege for Hasib Warriors, right? They got to channel what they had on the map of Chalet. Whatever it was they were doing on the attack of Chalet, when it worked, they need to bring that back. They need to really dig deep and pull out what could be the trump card for them here. But I'll tell you this much, Madness. It's looking grim for them here and now because they just haven't found that explosive power, right? It's like that thing that we always say for Hasib Warriors. They take a couple rounds to wake up, right? At least that's what I tend to say. And that was not the case on map 1. Map 1 Chalet, they were dominating. They were out the gate swinging. Here on map 2, though, they haven't exactly been the same, as we've pointed out multiple times so far, folks. So whatever the case may be, they need to snap out of it. Otherwise, before they know it, it'll be a 5-1 first half, and then we're looking at map 3 with a 1-1 scoreline. But of course, whether or not that happens, we will have to wait and see, folks, as we wait for this one player to come back into the lobby and give us the game that we are, of course, here to see and commentate over. But I will say these first 3 rounds, while not much has happened in them, it's certainly been interesting, and the reversion of the score from the first map certainly has given us a lot to think about, and we'll be doing that. And I encourage all of you to do the same as we take a small break for these technical difficulties. Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the South Asia Elite Community Series for Rainbow Six Siege X here at Frag Nation in partnership with Ubisoft. I'm your host Blackjack, back once again with my boys Bullet and Madness as we are here for Map 2 of the Grand Finals. That's right, it's Championship Sunday, it is Grand Finals weekend, and it is Team UWU taking on the side of Hasib Warriors. We were, of course, live with Map 2 just a moment ago, but unfortunately, due to some technical difficulties on Team UWU's side, we had to go for a little bit of a break, and then that kind of spiraled from there. That's why the long break, folks, but don't you worry, we are back, and we are getting right into it, as we are now 3-1 on Team UWU's favor for this map. Now, of course, just for a recap for those who might have missed it, those who might be joining us now, map number 1 was Chalet, picked up by Team UWU. It went 7-3 in favor of the Hasib Warriors. But here, map number 2, which is Team Hasib Warriors pick, it is Bank going 3-1 in Team UWU's favor. And now that we're spawning into round number 5, I'll tell you what, Madness, UWU, like we said before, they've got a lot of momentum, but this break might have just allowed Hasib Warriors to get their act together.
We have seen breaks like this do cause a change in momentum. Hopefully with the side of UWU, that is not the case, but Hasib Warriors will definitely be hoping so, because UWU on there, it's been pretty much a bit of map reversal in terms of preference, because where it was UWU's pick, they did not seem that comfortable, but in Bank, they are pulling off good chemistry, good plays coming in, and unfortunately, in this map, the Blackbeard does not seem to be doing much for the side of Hasib Warriors. We are going to go basement for round number 5 for Team UWU, and yet again, we do not see the Mira that Blackjack was mentioning so many times. I do not understand why you're not going to bring the Mira. Last time, they did do a very good defense. They bought a lot of time between the 2F, 1F before the final site was hit, and that is why they ended up winning it. So if they can delay the time the same way, it might work out, but if they're choosing maybe not to have such a heavy roaming shot and to have people just inside, I would have really liked to see the Mira. But if you can see the bottom screen, you can already see that Mute is in Janitor's Closet, and then DZZ is roaming around 1F. So we have 2 roamers essentially from the side of Team UWU. Well, 3 people will be sheltered or holding in the basement. One will definitely be holding the garage side, and the type of Baz will be rappelling, trying to open windows. They're trying to get square access. The person they have to deal with over here in 2F is going to be beat, and it looks like AC has also made his way all the way to the top. So it's going to be a 2 versus 1 kind of situation. The way that Spidey is walking in over here, there's a shotgun just waiting around the corner. A lot of pre-fires into walls, the wall bangs expected, wall bangs not achieved from the Grim. There are phones ringing out, but in the meantime, Fatar catches the man who was lurking there on 1F. That's going to be DZZ falling down. Drish is also close by, as well as this has made his way over from the 2F side, but nobody else yet to fall. Only the Sentry as of yet, the only casualty from the side of Team UWU. From the side of CC Warriors, 5 men strong, complete control of this 2F side. The Blackbeard taking control of open area, being a bit of a living drone, checking it out. A lot of rotations coming in from Team UWU.
A lot of rotations, yes, but Beat is about to get emphasized upon here. Bailiff's out, but he's got the down on 1. He's going to look for another. It's a shotgun, but never mind. Nadia comes in and pretty much saves Spidey time right there. Good work from the Blackbeard to quickly rotate into Archives, get that kill, make sure his teammate's alive, but guess what? You still need to set up vertical, you still need to get the hatches breached, and you need to make it quick. That's exactly what Hasib Warriors are going to do right now. Shots are being fired on the hatches that may have been left open, or I should say soft, and meanwhile, the hard recharges have been used up. Here we go. Blackbeard on the mid stairs is going to stop the Melusi from going for a peek right there. Drish, he's playing this part of the map. He wants a kill or 2, maybe even. Here's the push, and he's actually going to get away with it. Barely, but he's alive. He got the drop on Spidey time. The Blackbeard did not react with enough quickness, and that's going to be a 3v3 situation. They have the drop onto elevators, and they're going to need to go for this pretty quickly right now. Checking vault, checking side. 1 is playing by the bomb chassis, and should be able to find him, but is somebody playing garage? No, it doesn't seem like it. Shots fired. Baz is going to be DBNO, and so is Z-Dux. 2 down, and there's only 9 seconds left, and the Blackbeard is going to fall to Thrish as well. The attempts were there, they had the advantage, but Team UWU just kept taking away the seconds, kept taking away more and more and more time, until now Hasib Warriors ended up losing what could have been a 1 round for them. It is 4-1 to Team UWU.
Looked like a very good start to the run from the side of the Sea Warriors. They had the locations, they had the space, they had the numbers for themselves, but I think the turning point is going to be that Malusi just walking upstairs, casually killing Blackbeard's teammate, while Blackbeard was caught a bit lacking out of focus over there, a bit too late to trade. He did get a couple of shots off, but that did leave the Malusi still alive, albeit at less HP over here on their side, and we're going to be seeing UWU going back up to the 2F after a successful basement defense. That was a very good hold technically towards the latter part of the round. Good shooting coming out from the side of Jish, from the side of Desi over there on the side of Team UWU. But now 2F, a different kind of beast. We have the Dinar, we have the Scopos making its appearance in the grand final as well. So we're gonna have that. And Noriosha thinking maybe the Blackbeard is not the answer. We might have to switch it. We do have the switch over to the Zofia, and the only heartbeat standout is the Ace. You have the Thermite available. We're going to be choosing the Hibana from the side of Qatar. It's much easier to open up those walls from a longer range, but it's Xenox, I think, just trying to go for a bit of a spawn peek, instantly puts him in his place, takes away the bandit from the side of Team UWU, and there should be no bandit drinking today. There wouldn't have been that much anyway. He was going for much roams, but unfortunately for the side of Team UWU, they're going to give over first blood to Hasib, whereas Claymore's prep for runouts or jump outs from the windows over here. Nicely done from Team Hasib, whereas doing the duty, setting up everything nicely. Gonna get the repels and gonna keep the pressure up and maybe try and pinch Team UWU into a position that they can't actually answer back from.
All right, losing Thresh early, especially after the way they played the last round. The 3-1, or the 3 kills, I should say, certainly came in handy, but this time they will not have access to that MP7. Instead, they'll need to rely on the rest of the team pulling together and getting their acts in order. Now, of course, that is very much possible. This is, after all, Team UWU we're talking about, especially with the way they've been playing this map so far. I would not be surprised if they still manage to pull the rabbit out of the hat. Bajon, of course, coming in, trying to find utility. You're going to want to get those Denaris. Oh, no. Dagger. That's a disconnect. And that is going to leave UWU with a 3v5. Really bad timing right there for the technical difficulties to strike. But like I said before, it's South Asia, folks. It wouldn't be a South Asian Siege game if it wasn't for something like this. The Scopos comes back in time! Ashra didn't hear it! He didn't see the Scopos come back into that very specific shell on the banana hallway. And that's going to be the death of the Zofia. Beautifully done. The call-out was probably given, and they were like, hey, wait a minute. We can get a pretty free kill here. That's exactly what they got. Zeta managed to find Dizzy on the other side. That's one more down, and it's a 2v4 with 50 seconds remaining. UWU are in a very big disadvantage, but they need to get rid of the Scopos. Beat goes down. Actually, Scopos hasn't taken off, and Desi finds himself on the other end of Fathar's gun. That's the Hibana coming in, and that is the cleanup, and that is a round that Hasib Warriors desperately needed. Just for context, folks, Hasib Warriors' only other round that they won was the very first round, and they're ending the second half by winning the last round. I should say the first half by winning the last round. So they started and bookended the first half by winning a couple rounds. Now they need to do a lot more of that as we have yet another pause.
Yeah, and I think the reason a lot of it going to be in this round is that disconnect, a lot of coming out. It looks like another power cut has occurred over there in the camps of Team UWU. One member has DC'd, and they are questioning what the admins can do. Resume, right? I think the time has also run up on how much they can pause from the side of Team UWU. This might be just a continuation in a 4v5 for them. That could be really dire, especially this round where the side of the disconnection did occur, and that's where I see Warriors came out in clutch. I think they were having a good advantage no matter where it was playing. I think Team Woo also shambled a bit mentally after that disconnect. I'm not quite sure what to do, but they're going to regroup hopefully for the second half ending, because this is definitely a better performance. Already have more rounds than they did have in Chalet as well after hitting the number 4 mark over here. But for the side of the Hasib Warriors, they are fighting back as evidenced by this last round, but it might be a little bit too late. But let's see how well the defense comes in. That's where you're going to see how much pressure comes in from the side of the defense. And I think we are resuming, we are starting. I'm not quite sure if it's a 4v5 or a 5v5, we'll see shortly, but the ban's coming, and we have talked about this operator time and time again. Finally, it's going to get banned out over here, Blackjack. The Mira will hit the deck.
Mira band alongside the Grim. No surprises on those two bands right there. And of course, it's going to be followed up by Montaigne and Tachanka? Okay. And that is not a ban you see ever. That has taken me for a loop right there, as we were not expecting this. I think nobody in chat was probably expecting this either, but let's have a quick moment to think about it, right? Tachanka is essentially like smoke, but with fire grenades, right? Because Shamika launcher is something he has to equip, and then he has to fire out those Shamikas, those fire bolts, well, not fire bolts, more like fireballs, onto wherever he so pleases. They bounce once and then explode, or they bounce a couple times and then explode. So he's got a good amount of range, and he's got a good amount of like controllability on it. But I mean, you're still dealing with smoke, and by banning Tachanka, you've left in Kaid, you've left in Goyo, you've left in Maestro operators who see so much more play than Tachanka, especially on the basement of Bank. So I am baffled by that decision from Team UWU right here, as that's going to lead us into round 7 proper. Of course, due to the rules about how long a pause can be taken, they have had to continue on a 4v5, which is unfortunate, but if the last round is any evidence, they are certainly still going to put up a hell of a fight. That's exactly what Hasib Warriors knows to expect, but this is, of course, now Hasib Warriors on the defense. Even with Team UWU having all 5 members active, this still would have been tough. So now the going has gotten tougher, and well, the tough, that is Team UWU, they need to get going.
It is a 4v5, again 3v5. Zetas with a nice shot onto the skull of Drish over the Jackal, was trying to make his entry from the main line, but hold that thought. Oh no, DZZ, and they see falling down to the height of Spidey time. The shotgun reigning supreme. It looked like they could have maybe got the drop on the war and didn't have it in the meantime. Beat has walked in to server room, has got the kill onto Fatar, the only casualty of Sea Warriors over here, and whose only team member left is Beat in this case. Remember, they are playing 4v5 from this starting of this round, and Beat might be getting a bit surrounded. There's people coming down blue stairs. He even hears the C4, but it's Spidey time. SMG that reigns supreme. He had even put on the sunglasses before the peak, but it did not matter. He was gonna get it anyway, and his Sea Warriors gonna be thankful for maybe the disconnection of the side of Team UWU, because now they can finally catch their breath. They can finally start building up some rounds.
Absolutely. This is well, in many ways, this is something that Hasib Warriors were going to be looking to do anyway, you know, winning rounds and gaining momentum, taking it away from Team UWU. Although I will say they probably won't be too happy about it happening this way, because of the disconnect. I certainly will say this much, folks. Map number 2's excitement is still there. It's just slightly dimmed due to these technical difficulties that we face so often when it comes to South Asian Rainbow Six Siege. But unfortunately, you know, as they say, it is what it is, even though in some cases you run out of it is what it is to say. But right now, all they can do is move on. And that is exactly what we're going to be doing. Second floor office has been picked up as the site of choice for the defense right now. Of course, the Denari makes a comeback into the roster. I do love how much Denari we're seeing here on Bank. Certainly a map that has proven to be pretty good for this very creative operator. And so Denari is just one of those ops you want to see more often of. There's basically no ceiling on how creative and insane you can get with those tripwire setups, right? So I want to see more of those. Oh, Dizzy's already going to run into bottom skylight right now, just right through the fire of the gas pipe, right? And that's going to allow him to pretty much take control of bottom skylight, maybe even go up skylight stairs. He will do so, and he's going to see the shield being put down. Beautiful timing right there as he gets Zdux. Zdux wanted to put that deployable shield in, get himself a position in the hallway, and he's going to die on that attempt, but Drish tries to get aggressive on the site window. He gets taken down for his trouble by Naughty Ushret.
Ushret does take him down. He does regain the man advantage for the side of Hasib, whereas the phones are ringing for the defender side over here. Look at these. That across the corridor instantly locks onto the head of Baz as soon as he sees him. Gets a nice little headshot, a nice little burst of bullets. And unfortunately for the side of Baz, this is the end of his round over there. 3 versus 3. Time to work with from the side of Team UWU. And now, even though they started the round into 45, have equalizes out. The nade is getting prepped to be thrown in over here. There might be an entry as well into Generator Beach is looking around the corner. We do have a member sitting right inside over there as well. And now DZZ is going to call. This is going to give away the location. And now you're going to get antsy if you are the Womai. If you are just sitting over there, you're going to get spotted out. You're going to fire a couple of bullets. You're going to hide behind the deployable sheet. You're going to come out on top. Fathar getting the best of Beat. Fathar getting the best of DZZ as well. That's another for this man who can do no wrong for the side of the Sea Warriors. And it's only Desi left alive. A lone Deimos against 3 members, 3 healthy members. Mind you, of Sea Warriors as well. Desi himself is on low HP numbers. And these are nice cross angles and cross fires being set up by the side of the Sea Warriors. They are looking to equalize the number. Desi does have a decent amount of time to play with, but he doesn't have a decent amount of HP to try and make a play over here. He will still try. He will still try and make an approach over here. A couple of pre-fires through the opening in the wall. Not going to catch anybody's head as of yet. Just checking every single kind of possible angle of anyone sitting over here. Janitor's secured in the hands of a Sea Warriors. Pre-fires to the wall. Oh my god, Desi, what was that? An insane trace to the wall onto Fathar over there, who was just caught a bit lacking. Didn't realize that this is what was going to happen into him. And you almost got the kill from the side of Desi over there. But Spidey hiding in that elevator shaft just peeks around the corner. Quick couple of bullets. It was a low Deimos anyway. Finishes off the job for the Sea Warriors, who are taking this advantage for themselves, who have equalized the number of rounds between them and Team UWU and are looking to start to make a slight comeback in map number 2.
Oh, absolutely. They're looking to come back right now. This is a fantastic time for them. Team UWU, that is, because they just don't have to worry. I should say for Hasib Warriors, not Team UWU. It's definitely not a fantastic time for Team UWU. Let me reiterate, folks. That was a flub on my end. But Hasib Warriors, they are certainly liking their odds at the moment because they will be, they are taking rounds, right? It's equalized 4-4. And like I said before, it might not be the way they would have wanted to do so, but they will nonetheless. Such is the nature of the competition. Such are the rules. You can only pause for so long. And, well, given the fact that it might actually be like an electricity situation or something like that, infrastructure related, I don't think a rehost would have been called anyway, because who knows that it would take a while and they just want to be done with map number 2 at this point. I feel like the body language from them certainly is starting to veer in that direction, but they're still fighting, they're still here, they're still picking counters to what they know these defenders are bringing out. In this case, the Brava has been brought into the fold.
Yup, and we're still going to continue in the 4 versus 5 for the side of Team UWU. They're going to try and persevere over the obstacles that apparently technology has thrown their way with the lack of recognition for one of their team members currently. We're going to try and open up the windows. They do love the repel strategy from the side of Team UWU. They're trying to make themselves known. A couple of pre-fires, it looks like it's hitting a person in front of him, but Daisy doesn't seem to connect as of yet. It's the open area where the site is, so that's why you're going to make an appearance. But Xenox patiently waited for Daisy's bullets to stop spraying before he swings in and claims the first casualty of round number 9. And the second one also going into his hand. The double kill for the Goyo after he picks up the Dogami, who was caught a bit lacking. And Team UWU left with just 2 members in a blink of an eye over in Zedux, doing the lion's share of work for Hasib Warriors in round number 9. Hasn't even taken any damage in return. Well, almost his head was taken off by Thrish. There was a couple of pre-fires there, but he's going to stay safe. It's going to be a simple. I don't see how UWU can make a comeback in round number 9.
Yeah, sadly, that just is the case right now. 2v5, and they haven't even entered the building. They're just trying to make their way in from somewhere, anywhere. Maybe find someone, one head, maybe 2. But it's hard to do so when all you have is just 2 operators, no drones in a dream. But B's going to find one to start things off. That's Fathar to fall. Map number 2 has certainly been a little bit more quiet for Fathar so far. But, you know, that's not going to stop him for the time being. What will stop him is being put 6 foot under. It's still a 2v4, though. It's still really good. Oh, never mind. Thrish, he's going to prove me wrong, potentially, as he finds Zedux. That's one more taken off the board, but the Goyo canisters are going to come into play. One has been popped. That's going to stop the entry from Thrish, but that's not going to stop the angle from being peaked. He sees one in archives, and he knows that that's someone he's got to take care of in just a second. Ace of Summer Breaches are coming in for the wall opening, and that Banshee going off is going to give away the sound. And oh dear me, Ashrith, he's two-sided. Can't quite decide on who to peek right now. And with the breaches done, we've got ourselves an entry point secured. Spidey time, he is in a bad place at the moment. But as for that flank going. And if this flank does work out, oh, his position's given away because he took a shot. And now the DMR is going to fire off. Thrish knows where he is, and he's going to get the down. He's going to get the kill. Spidey time falls to beat as well. The 2v5? Are you kidding me? No way they just pulled that off. Team UWU, take a bow. Beat. Oh my goodness. Oh, okay. The excitement's taken over my brain, but that is a round and a half to have played right there. They lost 2 bodies so quickly. They had almost nowhere to go, and from there they just picked one battle after the other. They picked their gunfights, they coordinated flawlessly, and now they are 5-4 up. What a play from Team UWU.
And I'm definitely going to say that Hasib Warriors are going to be definitely, kicking themselves in the back for this kind of mistake, for allowing a weakened Team UWU, given that they started the round with just 4 members, who then just remained with just 2, to allow those 2 players to decimate the entire side of Hasib Warriors in round number 5. That is not something that's going to be easy to come back from. That's not something to get over mentally as well of what has been played against him. Zedux did brilliantly in the starting of the round, then got a bit overzealous trying to get his 3rd kill, and then ends up going down. Then one by one, individual gunfights being given over to Team UWU members, and they're going to snatch that up for themselves and beat, putting on a masterclass, working that for his team, and now getting them actually the round lead in map number 2 over here. It seems like we have another pause. Maybe the reconnection is just about to take place, and hopefully we will come back 5 minutes strong, because they're putting in a very good point, or very good show of why map number 2 should be going their way.
Oh, they absolutely are. Map number 2, even with the 4v5, even with the couple rounds Hasib Warriors took away from them, UWU has not given up. They are giving it their absolute all, and I absolutely adore this from them. However, of course, as the pause kind of stretches along and we try to figure out what it is that this pause is for, I will say this much, Madness. What we've seen from Team UWU in map 2 is something I wish we saw from them in map number 1. I wanted them to play Chalet, take us to overtime, start us off on the best possible note. However, there's no use crying over what's already happened, right? Overtime will probably be in play sometime later today. It might be this map, it might be the next one. However, there we go. Dagger has rejoined, folks. So Team UWU is back to full strength. And I'll tell you what, after that 2v5 in the last round, Hasib Warriors, now they're facing a team that is completely, fully ready to take them on.
They're fully ready to take them on. Since we're in a hurry to start it out, I think both teams are, and yes, that is the go ahead for coming back, and that will get the juices flowing for the side of Team U, and that will get a lot of adrenaline running through everybody and give them even more motivation to try out win this map, especially after that kind of situation. And now you're going to get rejuvenated by getting Dagger rejoining your side as well, as we're jumping in to round number 10 between these guys, ladies and gentlemen, and this is getting up to be a very heated competition. Reminder for guys just joining in Team U, who had selected the first map of this best of 5 series, unfortunately going down in a 3-7 fashion to the side of Hasib Warriors, and now in Hasib Warriors map pick of Bang. Team U just pulled off a 2 versus 5 to get the round advantage, to get to round number 5 for themselves against their tally, and Hasib Warriors lacking behind with just one more round, win that round 4. But we are going to go into basement defense for the side of Hasib Warriors. We do have the guy not banned out. We were a bit surprised by the Tachanka getting banned out earlier on, but it's going to be the Malusi as the third ban from the side of Team U, and it's going to be the Dokkaebi from the side of Hasib Warriors. So no more calls. It was getting a bit annoying. It did get out of people near Janitor during the roams as well. So it'll be a smart decision on the side of Hasib Warriors. But let's see if their setup this time can hope to, narrow the gap between them and Team U. But I like this. He's brought out the Flores. Those Flores drones can do so much damage.
Oh, they can. They are essentially Twitch drones, but instead of going zap, they go boom. And that's exactly what that Flores will want to do. They see bringing in the RCE Reteros. However, I will say, even with the Reteros coming in, this is what they're going to be used for, right? Shield placements. The player on blue has just lost their shield. That's Fathar, I do believe. And that means the smoke is just that much more exposed. But it is still a smoke, which means it is still a shotgun. And, oh, never mind, it's a Warden, actually. He's going to get one, and he only gets chunked for half health as he takes down Dizzy. Well played from Spider-Time. He knew exactly the fact that the Ash wanted him to push back. Instead, he pushed up, and Dizzy had to face the music of the shotgun. That's why you never push up too hard. You keep a little bit of a distance, especially if the call is that, hey, there's someone with a shotgun holding down this door. You keep a bit of distance, because you never know if he's going to get really active and suddenly pull off something like that. Rest of the drones from the side of Hasib Warriors, I should say Team UWU, they have 4 remaining drones, either scattered across the map or in their pockets. Actually, 1 is in their pockets, 3 are scattered across the map, taking an intel. But the Goyo inside of servers to getting the intel of where Dagger is right now. Drones going in, it's going to be denied quickly, as now they know, hey, Goyo's in here. We need to clear server. We need to clear it fast. But they've got a Warden with a shotgun sitting on top of blue stairs. They've got a Goyo with the Vector sitting inside his server. Ooh. A little bit of a tease there from Spidey. He's going to go for it. He's going to take a bit of damage as well. Daisy is now very much looking for this. Oh, he has the smart glasses on, but he still gets DBNO'd, unfortunately, as Dagger falls on the other side.
He does fall on the other side, and Spider-Time had caused quite a bit of problems for the side of Team UWU before, just on the same stackers. Couldn't do it this time, but Xenox will be there as well to get the kill on to beat Team UWU with just 2 members alive with not much HP, but they are getting it done. Thrish getting a kill back onto Nazi Usher. They are in a 2 versus 3. Hasib Warriors, all 3 members in the basement, ready for Team UWU to start their descent, because they only have 20 seconds left to play with. And we see a rotation coming in from the bar. We see a rotation coming from the floors. Both of them have the same plan of going down over here from the main stairways together, but they only have 10 seconds to work with. They have barbed wire in front of them. They have a nigh impossible task with Baz just watching out over there with the slug shotgun of the guy. He gets 1, he gets a second, and there were not many options left open for the side of Team UWU, and with the clock ticking down, they're unfortunately going to go straight into the crosshairs of the guy, letting us see Warriors neutralize the score, bringing both teams to 5-5.
Both teams are now 5-5 as we are now in round number 11. Folks, the round of ones is pretty much guaranteed. And what is the round of ones? It's what I like to call round 12 in a 6-5 scoreline. That is to say, if in the 6-5 scoreline, there's only 2 avenues that either team can do, right? The team on
Yeah.
6 gets the map point. They have map point. They get the win and move on to map number 3, right? They get the lead here. Or in this case, if it's Team UWU, they equalize. However, if Hasib Warriors were on map point, it would be 2-0 for their favor. The team on the deficit, on the other hand, that are 5 and 6 down, for them, it's 1 round to equalize and push into, oh boy, the ever-excitable overtime as we wait for the round to get started in round number 11. 5-5. What a scoreline we found ourselves in, folks, as we just wait for... I'm not exactly sure what. We're staring at the silhouette of a window at the time being. It's been boarded up as well. You can see the guard rays coming through. But yeah, as soon as we get into the round, we will get things started nice and quickly. But of course, I will say the last round from Hasib Warriors, a lot better. They played a lot more active defense in that round. They weren't just being passive and letting Team UWU kind of just walk all over them, right? Hasib Warriors took the fight to them. The Warden and the Kaid and the Tubarao, they were the ones getting the kill, primarily the kills, I should say. And that is how we found ourselves in that moment where it was a 2v4 against Team UWU. However, given everything we've had so far, as we come back to our beautiful faces for this, a little bit of a weird moment we have, folks. Again, not sure what exactly is going on with the game, but once we have more info, we will get back to you on it because we're going for a very small break. Stay tuned. Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the South Asia Elite Community Series for Rainbow Six Siege X here at Frag Nation in partnership with Ubisoft. We're your hosts, Bullet, Madness, and Blackjack, back once again for the third time in map number 2, and as they say, third time's the charm. We've had, unfortunately, a couple of technical difficulties, which have led to some pretty admittedly long pauses in this moment. We do apologize for those, but we are getting back into the match right now, or in just a couple of seconds, so to speak, as the lobby is ready. We're just making sure everything is set to go before we get back into it. Now, for those who are joining us, for those who might need a recap or a refresher as to what it is that is exactly going on, it is currently a 5-5 equalizer going into round number 11 between Hasib Warriors and Team UWU. That's right, an equalizer, folks, on the map of Bank, which is map number 2, picked up by the Hasib Warriors as well. Team UWU picked Chalet on map number 1. It did not go well. They went down 3-7, but Hasib Warriors on Bank have looked shaky to say the least, and it's taken them a while to get their bearings going. And now we're just waiting to get right back into it. And as soon as we can, we will, of course, have the game on the screen for all of our viewers at home to enjoy. But with all that said, since we are here and all three of us are kind of enjoying the calm before the storm that's going to happen right before we get into it, Bullet, I'm going to throw this over to you. Kind of take us over what we've seen so far in the map. Connections and disconnections notwithstanding, what do you think? Will Hasib Warriors be finally able to put a pin in this map, finish it off, or will it be Team UWU to walk away with their first map win tonight?
I think it's going to be Uwu's win. The way how they have handled themselves, even after so much disconnection coming in, they legit took 2 rounds of 4v5 coming on from their side. That tells a lot of the capability being just turned around in terms of just not the fragging capability, but just around how the strats are working out for them for the side of the Bank. Now, definitely, I myself personally was in the favor that Hasib will take the side of Bank. But since how the map has started and who was just able to slowly and steadily, with that methodical approach, able to get these rounds on their side, I feel like, and I totally say it with full confidence, that UWU might be able to take this map victory to their side. But still, the job is not done. It is a best of 5, so it's not a best of 3 that on the third map is going to be decided. It's going to be a long, long day. And as we all know, folks, there are a couple of disconnections here and there, a couple of disconnections over there. So it's going to be definitely a long, long before we get to see who's going to be the champions here at the South Asia Elite Series. But nonetheless, I'm still very, very happy to say for the fact that 2 of the teams are going to represent our region in the South APAC Cup qualifier, which is, of course, the biggest, and the larger perspective, in my opinion, here, Madness.
Yeah, absolutely. That is the main thing that you have to look out. They have made their way up to the top 2 over here. The main thing of deciding who's actually going to go, the team was already selected, but it was for Hasib Warriors yesterday to get their victory that allowed them to reach this part, get that revenge kind of bit on RUE that allowed them to actually make this point. And now they are fighting for a bit of money against a bit of bragging rights as well, City. But they are both qualified for that APAC qualifier, as you've been talking about, and that is a very big achievement right now because that gives you pathways into the international scene, and that's what they should be prepping for as well. And they're getting a bit of gist about how they're playing against each other. But I really like UWU's resilience in this, even with the DC, even in a 2v5. They are coming out on top in a hard situation, not even in their mapping that they unfortunately did not have the best of showing on, which was Chalet, right? But heading into Bank, they are be throwing a couple of punches here and there that the side of Hasib Warriors haven't been expecting, and they've been caught lacking a couple of times already, Blackjack.
That they really, really have. Hasib Warriors have not had the best time when it comes to the map of Bank. Like in Chalet, yes, we had a couple of rounds where UWU kind of took the going up against them. They were able to properly understand what it was that Hasib Warriors were doing, and they didn't equalize, but they at least matched the intensity. The problem was their consistency. Yeah. They could not do it back-to-back rounds, right? Even when we had Hasib Warriors go on the attack, it was a domination in the second half. It really wasn't much of anything that Team UWU was able to pull out until it was too little too late. They didn't start looking like they had actually woken up until, I want to say, round number 4, give or take, and even then, it wasn't really their map to begin with. Like, we questioned it at the very beginning, why you would take Hasib Warriors to the map of Chalet, because they already played Hasib Warriors on Chalet way back in September during Qualifier 1 in the semifinals, and it was the same score back then as well, 7-3 in Hasib Warriors' favor. Yeah. That night, Hasib was playing. Tonight, Hasib and Taha aren't even playing. It's Spidey Time and Naughty Ashrit who are subbing in for them. So it's also a slightly different team, and maybe that has something to do with it, maybe not. At the end of the day, we won't know. My point is, even with all that in play, I still do not understand what the thought process was going to Chile. You could have avoided it. You could have gone to a different map, maybe even one map, number one for yourself, give yourself the lead. And now that you're in map 2, that you are, 5-5 equalized, maybe you could be looking at the 2-0, right? The series point could be yours. But with that said, folks, once again, we do apologize for whatever it is going on. We don't know what it is, and we know as much as you do, because us here at the caster's desk, unfortunately, we get the information at the very end as to what is actually happening. But with all that said, we're going to be taking what is, I think, our 4th break now, so we shall be right back, hopefully in a shorter time than before. Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again for the 4th time here in the match versus Team UWU and Hasib Warriors. It has taken us quite a while, but we've got the match going, and we've gotten straight into Op Select as the game is on and it is running, and the scores and everything are set where they need to be. We're getting right back into it. For those who need to know the score, well, it's on the top of your screen. 5-5 equalized between Team UWU and Hasib Warriors. UWU are 0-1 down on the map count. This is map 2 after all, and they're looking for something to go their way. They're looking for a map to go their way. Will it be Bank? Will we have to wait till map 3 to see Team UWU take one for themselves, or will they get completely washed? Well, let's find out as we roll right in to round number 11. Madness. Oh, it's taken a while, but I'm sure that the excitement is still there as we get into it, isn't it?
Yeah, but the thing we don't talk about enough is how much these break affect players as well, right? Because it stops the momentum that was built up. It halts you, it gets your hands a little cold as well. The warm hands are built up through map 1, through map 2 as well. Have fallen a bit shallow right now given this. But heading into round number 11, we see the appearance of Blackbeard yet again, this time in the hands of DZZ, and then Drish is bringing in the ace as well. We have Dagger with his hammer in the form of the sledge, but it's up to see how they choose to attack this bomb site. And it looks like DZZ is choosing to go through the main lobby as well, with a bit of reinforcement behind him as well. He bashes open it, trying to head up the spiral staircase with the help of Ace in tow. He has Daisy behind him as well. It's a 3-man approach. They're going to use the flames to probably clear out of the lift, the elevator shaft in the corner. They're even going to use the Ace Selma chargers to open up side holes so they can get even better traction onto the person over there. But there are a couple of holes in the wall everywhere, and a reposition of the castle that was hiding. But Trish gets the first kill on to Baz. In the meantime, that's the Legion knocked out of the round as the guy they were trying to focus has escaped from where he was at. The nade's going to be used to open up the castle barricades as we head in. Xenox equalizes numbers by getting the kill onto Daisy, and then Naughty Ashut gets beat from on top. The run out was there, but it was not enough. Dagger gets another as well. Spidey gets a trade onto DZZ, but in the meantime, what is left is only 2 members of UWU and 3 of the side of Hasib Warriors.
Talk about an excitable round right there, folks. What in tarnation? Shots fired and Thrish is going to go down. Zedux had the better angle atop the stairs. The railings concealing how much of his body was actually exposed, maybe. And that's going to leave Dagger dangling for his life and for the team's map point here. He's in a 1v3 with an entire minute and 10 seconds on the clock. He's got so much to do and so much ground to cover, and he's just a little bit over half health to do all of that. Here's a peek coming in, and that's gonna be Zedex to take his head clean off from Stocks, getting the long angle. And folks, after much trial and tribulation, after many starts and stops, it is going to be Hasib Warriors who will go to map point in map number 2. Bank here. This map was the one they picked. They have been fighting tooth and nail after a 2-4 first half. They are now, well, they have won 4 rounds in the second, and we are now in the round of ones. What does that mean, ladies and gentlemen, and everybody in between? It means there's 1 round left for Team UWU to push to overtime and keep their hopes alive, go into OT, and maybe, just maybe, have a chance of equalizing the map count. Or 1 round for Hasib Warriors to make it a 7-5, to win this map, and to turn this into a 2-0 situation in a best of 5, giving themselves what is effectively match point on the map count as well. After that, it'll just be a factor of winning 1 more map. And let's be real here, map number 3 is Cafe, a map that both of these teams have played significantly over the last few years. So, UWU, the pressure is on.
Pressure is definitely on, and we even see the appearance of Maestro and the best. The Evil Eyes will be there. The default Gambling lobby was taking quite a bit of time to deal with it. We have Naughty Ashut also on the Echo. He has the drones around the Yokais to displace plungers in case the due diligence is being done. The claymores are being placed in case of runouts, in case of tricky situations that might find themselves in later. But it seems Warriors with a pretty nice standing in this on the upside down repel not gonna come. You hear the spinning of the Evil Eye over there, but it's also not gonna do much damage. Beat just waiting on the rooftop, waiting for the side of Hasib Warriors to make a mistake. They are known for their aggression. Look at how they have set up their defense on 2F. That they have secured that for themselves. You have Injana Fatar is playing, and then in the Elimination, they're still piloting the Yokai drones, and there we have a bit of explosions, a bit of opening more in the walls as well. The Flores drone's going to be there to cause those kinds of explosions. Still the repel outside square is going to be where Daisy finds themselves. A couple of pre-fires, a couple of bullet shots, not going to connect, and still no casualties from either of these teams as droning is still being done. Yeah, as the droning does continue, it seems we don't have Blackjack with us.
I forgot I was
returned. Oh, he is here. He is here.
Oh dear, but you know who's not here? It's Naughty Ashut. He's gonna be falling immediately as we unmute ourselves and get things in order. That's gonna be the echo down to your post point. It's gonna be that much harder. They do still have the maestro with the Evil Eyes, but the echo drones are so very useful for this. Dizzy's taking a ton of damage on the verticality, trying to go for something here, but they've taken control of top floor as the ram comes in. That's verticality being established. They need, that is to say, Hasib Warriors, they need a kill to go their way. They need something to go their way right now. 50 seconds on the clock, and this side has not exactly been the best in terms of track record for them. Daisy finds Zedex, who was going for the flank. He has now been taken off the board. There's somebody in Printer Hallway, or that's the window of Printer Hallway, excuse me, that is still completely not, not held, but Dagger's gonna be DBNO'd. That's huge right there. Fatar really wants to clean up on this kill, and he's going to do that. Can't go for the run-up, so he will sacrifice a piece of utility for that. That's one, and that's a very good one as well. The Flores has been a massive nuisance for the defenders, but now they need to hold against the attackers who have vertical, attackers who have space, and time to go for this. Shots fired, DZ taking a bit of damage, Baz I should say, but Fatar finds beat. Fatar finds another triple kill to him. He goes down to Dizzy on the other side, but there's a Warden ready to take the Blackbeard. Tel Aviv does so, and it's now down to the 1v2. Dizzy has to find them. He gets one. He's got 2 seconds. The Maestro will not peek, and he just gets away with it. There were seconds left. The top of his cap would have been exposed at the very final microseconds. The sliver of hope for Team UWU for the overtime, but it will be denied as the side of Hasib Warriors, after a disastrous 2-4 first half, will bring it back after everything that this map has put them through, because it took them through the ringer. They come out victorious 7-5.
They do come out victorious, and the main man of the hour is gonna have to be Fatar, especially in that last round. Picks up a triple kill when it seemed nigh impossible for the side of Hasib Warriors to make an impact. It looked like the side of UWU were destined for overtime, but Fatar had different things to say about it, completely changing the outcome. Gives them map number 2, gives them 2-0 in the series over there. We're joined yet again by Bullet, Azar, and his Bullet. What are your thoughts about this map?
Well, to be frankly speaking, for this entire thing, I have to take you guys back to the map video. Yes, we have seen Hasib Warriors being very dominant on the map of Bank up against different teams. This was not exactly the case, because when exactly was the case of Chalet, it resulted in the same scoreline for the side of Hasib. So maybe this was all the game plan coming from both the teams. Maybe it was the game plan for the side of UWU to take the side of Hasib Warriors to the bank and then try their level best. And yes, they tried their level best. They absolutely shunned us with those 4v5 plays. They absolutely shunned their opponent team with how they absolutely made it almost to the finish line. But in the end, like what I have said earlier and previously in the yesterday broadcast as well, these individual plays are yet again the difference maker coming out from the side of Hasib, where it's Fatar, where it's Paz, and the runouts coming in from the side of our street. How you can miss that in round number 6 and round number 4. But given our take, this will be the 2-0 scoreline in this best of 5 in the favor of Hasib Warriors, and they are just one map away to secure that 1 lakh INR prize pool to their bank account. Blackjack.
Oh yes. Oh yes, sir. One more map. That's all they need. That's what it means to be 2-0 up on a best of 5, folks. It's called best of 5 for a reason, because you only need to win 3 maps at any given point in time. And that is why we have all of this pressure being piled onto Team UWU right now. I will tell you this much, guys. They are going to be heartbroken that it ended up this way, right? The map just would not cooperate with us. Whether it was the lobby, whether it was the connections, whatever it was, it just would not cooperate with us. It was a long and tedious and arduous experience for the players, and they came out of it swinging still. And Hasib Warriors do walk away with a win. Of course, I do know that, somebody will probably find it contentious, but at the end of the day, we're presented with a situation that we can only do so much in, and you got to give grace to the players because they certainly gave it their all. Think, for instance, when the side of Team UWU were 4v5 down, and they still managed to take a round away from Hasib Warriors, right? Round number 9 was spectacular from Team UWU. I have to give it up to them. And that would have been a massively demoralizing round. Then we had another pause and then another one. It just kind of got out of hand at that point. But with all that said, folks, all we're waiting for right now is the stat screen here for map number 2, because I am very interested to see this one. It was a long game with a lot of kills. A lot of rounds went all the way down to the wire. So a lot of people were picking up frags left, right, and center. And with the number of Blackbeard plays and the number of Dokkaebi plays that we saw, well, let's have a look, shall we, at that stat card madness.
just take a look at it as well. I mean, because of the rehost and everything, you couldn't see the stats properly before you. But Drish on the side of Team UWU did step up pretty big time. He tried to go for a lot of those aggressive early trades. Was successful 50% of the time, going for 2 in terms of first kills. But in terms of overall kills, 13-7. That is a very good scoreline for you. The cost does not reflect. In Dagger, trying to be the best support player as well. Only died 4 times. I'm not quite sure about. It might be because of the disconnection as well. That's why he was not part of many rounds, but 3 kills to his name. His cost looks okay. But from the side of Hasib Warriors, it's going to be this man. And this man does lead a lot of the times in terms of first kills for this side. It's going to be Xedox with a 4-2 and overall 11-7 in terms of kills. Fatar also 11-8. 3 of them coming in the last round, even getting 1 opening frag. Spidey time as well, getting better numbers compared to map number 1, and then Nadia should, having a bit of hit and miss, but he's a bit more about the synergy behind the scenes as well. Overall, Hasib Warriors, a bit of a struggle coming up. They had to thank a bit of the troubles that the side of UWU faced in terms of connection for that 1 round. Even then, also still falling down to them, but then they didn't let it affect their mental as much as I expected it to. But unlike for that, their side, they did come out dominant. They did take us to map number 3, with them being 2-0 up in the series. And that map number 3 over here, Bullet, it's going to be Cafe.
Yeah. Cafe is a very, very uncertain map. Give or take the history that we have seen. We haven't seen, I guess we have seen one of the side of who to go up against maybe Blitzkrieg, or I guess Won't Stop Peaking. I'm not really sure about. The chat can correct me on that one. But Cafe OST can be a very uncertain map. This is one of the competitive maps that we have seen in the CGX after even the updated changes that we have seen after the year 5 or year 6. There are a lot of 5-second in these 2. But anyways, talking about the side of Cafe Dostoevsky, Hasib Warriors play history on the record of the side of Cafe has been kind of like dicey. 50% I would say a chance that they can take this map win, but the advantage is definitely on the side. They are on a 2-0 score line. It is going to be the side of UWU's pick though, so we can say for a fact that maybe it is time for the side of UWU on how slowly and steadily they are almost inches away to finish a map on their side. Maybe this map can be the one where they can turn apart the tides and take this map for themselves.
Yeah, I certainly can see it. UWU on Cafe has been strong historically speaking, and Hasib Warriors, like you mentioned, not exactly the best track record. It's not spotless like, somewhere like Bank or Lair or even Border, right? And given that Lair and Border are not being played here today, folks, that should tell you a lot. Interestingly enough, Hasib Warriors themselves were the ones to ban Border, which I feel like was definitely a bit of a psychological play. Like, oh hey, we're known for Border, we're known for playing Border, but you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna ban Border instead. And that leaves us with Cafe, Nighthaven Labs, and Clubhouse as the final 3 maps for this showdown. There is so much more to go, I'll tell you that much, because I will still say, before the entire grand finals began, we were kind of doing predictions between ourselves, as we always do, throwing each other under the bus. And when I was asked, like, hey, who do you think is going to win, I personally still saw this being a 3-1, potentially in Hasib Warriors' favor, only because, and the reason I said that, and I elaborated on it back then, but I'm going to elaborate on that right now, is that Hasib Warriors have been playing back-to-back match nights, right? They fought on Friday against Won't Stop Peaking, and they won that. And that's it. And it did actually become a little grueling in the middle there. Then they fought against Team Ru and had an absolute blast yesterday, right? Now tonight, they are back on the stage fighting against the side of Team UWU, one of their longtime rivals. So here and now, Hasib Warriors, they have, I would say, the momentum advantage of winning multiple nights in a row, while Team UWU has kind of been sitting pretty, waiting for tonight to happen. So the fact that they're a little bit colder didn't really surprise me, but I still wish they had the time to warm up. And even if they did, they took a long time to warm up, that is for sure. But with that said, folks, we're going to be taking, once again, a small break. I know, all of you are tired of seeing us go for a small break.
We need it.
We kind of have to take this one. We need it, and the players need it most importantly. So we're going to take an actual break this time, and we will be right back on the other side with map number 3.
Well, folks, as promised, we are back after a very short little break. I told you guys it's going to be a very short one. See, when Blackjack tells you we're going to be after a short little break, it takes 20 minutes or 15 minutes. When I say it, we are back in like 10 minutes. But hey, folks, it's going to be the third map at Cafe Dostoevsky. And we all know this is going to be a pick coming in from the side of UWU on how UWU Madness have been very close to finishing off on their side, whether it's map number, not map number, but map number 2 exactly, though. They have been very, very on point with their game. But the only problem is Hasib Warriors' individual play style being so on point. Whether it's Ashrit's run out, whether it's Thor, whether it's Bard, we can see even Zetas popping off in round number 4 and 6 to be exactly in the case of the last map. But for now, the bans are going to be in for the first set. Grim and Mira will be taken care of. In the second set, going to be Valkyrie and Brava. Makes sense. Brava's hacker balloons are something that can be a very, very big pain in the back for the side of the defensive operators. But Valkyrie makes sense as such a cafe, as such a big map. Mira, give or take, as we all know it, the basic one. But Grim was actually in this entire series, in my opinion, what I'm able to put on my sheet has been one of the highest picked attackers from both sides. So Hasib Warrior taking the Grim out, the hive launchers makes a whole lot of sense, as they're going to be starting off with the defender side first.
Starting off the defender side, this is UWU's last chance for them to start off here with a positive start in the grand finals. Until now, they've not been able to make the mark the way they wanted to. No maps have been won for them. They're in a 0-2 against the Z Warriors in the grand finals of the South Asia Community Elite Series over here, and they unfortunately find themselves on the tail end of maybe just getting out of the competition in second place. But with that being said, they will try to fight back over here. This is their map pick coming into map number 3. Unfortunately for them, Shadow, their first one didn't go their way. They had a way better showing in map number 2 on the side of Bank, where they pushed the Z Warriors to the limit. Almost took us all the way to overtime, but the Z Warriors in the last round for themselves before overtime, they managed to clinch it out in a 7-5. But heading in to map number 2, it's the Z Warriors going to be starting out on the defensive side, and who will be looking to make the attack. It is a basement hole. The frags are going to be used to blast open the castles as well on the wall. Oh, I don't think it did completely get over. This is still waiting on this side. It looks like with the thermite, they are going to be going in from the freezer side. That's the breach that they're looking for. They're not going to be looking for any small breakery shenanigans whatsoever. But Daisy has reached the rooftop. Daisy is going to go from on top to below, hunting with the death mark. Hopefully, Dagger has made an entrance already into 2F. Is looking to set up his gridlock, looking to cut off flanks. Especially, that's what you want to see in the basement. D's taking quite a bit of damage from the smoke canisters that we heard Spidey popping up just a couple of seconds ago. And Flores is down to a lot less of HP that he did start to over this side. And looks like Freezer is going to be opened up as well. I think it has been opened up, and Drish is looking with the rest of his team to make an impact over here to start Team UWU on the right foot.
For the time being now, it is going to be the entire attacker is going to try to take control of the white stairs. You do see the Twitch drones going out though, but most of the attackers already inside the map, and they are just being able to take very good control of the upper part of the object, which is going to be on the first floor. Makes sense, as the side is going to be in the basement side. You need the maximum vertical angles being made so you can force the defenders out of their position, but they have to also worry about the flank coming in from the red and the white stairs. For the moment the first pick comes up, there we go, Zitex goes down. The main one actually, Goyo, still has the capability, still has the passive Vulcan tensor, which has been left out for his defender teammates to put it out so they can block out few of these angles here and there. But you have Daisy trying to play on the white stairs, looking for somebody over here. Gonna use that row, but in the meanwhile, Spy Tactics on the side of Thresh. That is going to be a good big one, because no Michael coming charges in play. But Fatar! Nowhere was trying to be a little bit sneaky over there, but that grenade almost did connect on Fatar though. Daisy gets traded out, possibly the play that, a little bit of hide and seek. Almost hit it, impact on face. What are you trying to do, Fatar? Come on! You had that once! Spy Time comes up with the third. Now it is going to be Dagger left out in a 1v3 spot.
1v3 spot, he's gonna be cornered around, and Baz will be the man to finish it off over here. The Flores was injured earlier on, and not talking injured and took a lot of damage. Gets finished off later. Hasib Warriors with a successful basement defense to start off map number 3 of the grand finals here, ladies and gentlemen. This is Team UWU's mapping, but Hasib Warriors have set the mark earlier on. Spidey time setting it up with a 3-piece in that round itself, and it looks like every single member of Hasib Warriors is waking up. We've seen Fatar do wonderful things. Found a bit lacking, at least in this round, but otherwise throughout the duration of the series has done well. So has Zeta, so has Baz, so has Nadiashud as well, and Spy Time is also waking up slowly but surely. Improvement from map 1 map 2, and map number 3 starts off with the 3-piece for him. He's going to be very happy about that, and the evil eyes will be coming in from Nadiashud. The Azami that has been left open will be there. Put up the barricades as well with the kunais instead of very beautiful. I like the bans in the form of the Mira and the Valkyrie. The Mira is something you definitely do need. It makes the 3F side very easy to defend, as well as the basement if you place it properly. And we don't see a sledge on the side of UWU. It's going to be harder to break open the castle barricades. You're going to have to go for nade plays or break them down physically, melee them at least 10 times to get it out. But Spy Time has shifted over to the Warden. He's expecting some smokes and flashes to be coming the way, and he wants to be prepared. And the side of UWU, they're going to be smart about it. They're going to be bringing in Dagger on the striker, so he has both of it. No, but he has claymores and he has nades. He doesn't have any heartbeats or imps. So they're not going to be looking up to open the wall right above red stairs. They're not going to be looking to go into piano. They're maybe going to go for the repel strategy to make the start in round number 2.
First round of time on the side is going to be the third floor. You have to either take control of the piano or either have to go and push from the new hatch. But we have to just wait for a while on how to see the approach, because there can be some of the really cheeky vertical plays that can be done from the side of the ready room, all coming in from the wood stairs angle, trying to push out the defenders who are holding on the top of the balcony or on the top of the side. For now, we do have everybody trying to apple down the window towards the eastern side of the map over here. We do have some of the players coming in and to take the control of the piano room hallway as well. But they have a lot of time to make the entire play, and we do have a couple of names as well. I'm surprised to see. Okay, that just happened. I don't know whether it was an in-game issue or maybe it was an issue coming in on the timing or the keyboard. He didn't press the right key on keyboard. I'm not really sure about it, but that just happened, and that is going to be one for the blooper reel. Throws up an angle on Bars. Bars being very obnoxious here to pick on the same angle. That could have been a little bit bad for the side of Castle, though. He's in a bit of a tight spot. One of the guys just driving on towards the eastern cocktail window. But oh, Dagger push out the nade on Bars. That was a coordination play. Takes out Naughty as well. They have taken him towards the side of the cocktail balcony as well. They have the control of the entire half side onto their end. Fatar Seed is left out in a 1v2. Fatar gets one. DZ goes down, making down to a 4v2 now. Logic Bob's in play. They have the location via the audio cue. They stayed on the side of Zetas, and it's Fatar left out in a 1v4. Not gonna happen. Daisy picks the final kill. What a great way to attack. What a great way to analyze the entire situation right now from the cocktail. That was definitely a great play coming in from the side of coming in from the side of Daisy and Dagger. They did have the opportunity. Daisy puts out a nade. Dagger gets one. The second nade was being in play from the side of Dagger. Dagger gets another one, and that was the complete take on the side of the cocktail angle. A great one coming in from the side of UWU. Even though we did saw one of the guys playing with the soft recharges onto the side of piano, but he was just right here for the distraction. We saw him actually getting inside of the piano.
He did inside, and a very good answer from the side of Team UWU for the round that Hasib Warriors did in the first in map number 3. A good answer from them, and it seems that they have finally found their standing, and that was a lot of action near the cocktail window, and that seemed to be the person. I did call them, they're trying to go for more repel play, and that's exactly what they did. They entered from there, they even got into cocktail balcony. Fatar was left alone towards the side of Cigar, towards the side of top of Red Stairs. He couldn't do much in that 1v4 towards the end. So very good coordination, honestly, coming in from Team UWU, and they seem to be setting a standard that they are not down and out. They still have fight left in them in this grand finals, and they are looking to try and walk away with this, trying to put us all the way to map number 4. But round 3 has begun. It's 1-1 to both these teams. A couple of operator switch-ups for the defense over here. We have Fatar on the Thunderbird, and we have Baz on the Denari. And Usher is going to be picking up those pesky Capcan traps as well with his operator. And it is a 2F site that is going to be approached. It's not going to be a rinse and repeat for Sea Warriors. They're not going to be going back up to 2F. Instead, it's going to be the 1F that they will be defending. They will allow more creativity and more verticality plays. You can defend above, you can attack from below as well. But I believe the defense of the 2F is the sights held to the side of a Sea Warriors. Dagger trying to be a bit irritating from outside, throwing in one of his 2 grenades already. Not going to see much impact, but let's see if Flores can find a better advantage.
Let's see. I mean, to counter out the exact play which happened in the last one, we do have none other than Rashid going in for Capcan. Bas coming into night. That's a lot of traps coming into the play. And just to put out that little bit of the support, because this is going to be a very huge site right up here on the second floor with the reading room and on towards the dining. It becomes a little bit hard to actually take care of both sides. So it's good to see them actually able to analyze and being able to be very flexible with the operator. Fatar is playing on the Thunderbird. We do have just one single C4, which has been already utilized by Zetas, or maybe trying to prep one. But yeah, that castle barricade is going to be a little bit of that boulder which they need to take care of. And a lot of, how do I put it? A lot of that melees are being done, which is definitely going to give away some of the audio cues. Usher gets the pick on DZ, and this is what I was talking about. He has information on the second one as well. He's probably waiting for the backup, but he's almost getting pinched out from both sides. One from the white side, one from the side on the front of the piano, and Drish stays on the side of Naughty. That is going to be his play, making it to a 4v4.
Making into a 4v4 indeed. He was getting pinched. He chose to make the swing, but he made it into the swing of Drish's crosshair instead. And Castle has been targeted by the death mark of Deimos. They know each other's locations pretty well between them, but I don't think the chasing is going to be continuing around. It's going to be maybe a reset for this. He has 2 more death marks to work with. Not sure how many people have been spotted, but Zedux strikes on to Desi. Desi found a bit lacking. Zedux was there ready to pounce and strikes true as well. Baz gets the kill onto Dagger, leaves UWU with only 2 men left alive for their attack over here. It seems it might be falling to pieces over here, but Drish is there to answer back. He's gonna get a double kill for his team. He's gonna keep his team hopes alive. We've seen a 2v5 before. Let's see if a 2v4 is on the books. Drish ends up falling down, but Beat gets the kill onto Baz, but not before Spidey Time can also come back to answer back over here for his team. And this is going to be the side of Hasib Warriors taking back the round advantage in map number 3.
Yeah, and I was just talking about before coming on to the matchup. But hey, we have the second hour operator bans, as we do have the fourth after the 4 round gets started to be on point. But yeah, I was just talking about this particular play only before the entire series got started, before we had a small little trim pause. That we have to take and watch the very first 3 rounds very carefully on how things can get unfolded for the side of UWU. And this is not exactly the case where map number 2 got started, to be frankly speaking. And this is something where UWU needs to take a little bit of that breather, maybe take a tactical timeout pause. I know there have been a lot of pauses already, but tactical timeout is something that you can actually utilize in a very right way. At most 60 seconds will be very crucial to actually shift the momentum pendulum on either side. But for the point being now, I think is Hasib Warriors have already secured 2 maps, and they are slowly and steadily trying to make their way to secure up the very first half in this defensive side as well. Things are not looking very good to me for the side of Madness.
Yeah, it's not looking good from their side either. And let's see the kind of approach that they can make in heading in to round number 4. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back again in the basement. Hasib Warriors are ready for trying to go through the ringer yet again between this team. This is where Team UWU was successful in their team. Actually, no, it was on the top floor that they were, but basement was also looking pretty okay. And now let's see what else they can bring out. Drish is still going to be going on the demos. There's a bit of change between who is operating it, but they still have demos available. We have the Solace after the recent buffs. Naughty Usher is going to be sticking to the Denari, but the Goyo The Goyo is what we have to talk about. Zita's even got a 2-piece the last time he was playing this operator, and now with the Goyo canisters as well, can buy time for his team. Denari thinking about where to place his instruments, where to place his character. There are 4 people available for the side of Drish to actually go for the death marks. A lot of targets for him to select from later, and now this is a Solace gadget coming into place. He can see the drones coming in, he can see the hatch is open, he's looking for somebody to drop down. He knows the drones have cleared this out, so they won't be expecting somebody else. But no, the drone does spot him at the last minute. He's going to have to make a rotation, but no, he does get put down before he can make a move on it. Baz trying to get one up on the side of Timu, instead ends up falling to the ground, gets completely removed from wrap number 4 as Team UWU continues to show their aggression.
Track stingers in play.
I would say aggression is actually going to be, be very favorable for the side of UWU. We have seen the aggressive play from side of Hasib versus high time that we see the same play coming from side of Team UWU. At the moment now, they have opened up the back freezer side garage breach. They have also opened up a good old, vertical play that they're trying to do. We do have Dagger and Daisy making their way though. Oh, okay, they're trying to make a angle on towards the rotation of all over there. But for now, I guess we do has the information that somebody's playing on for the South Christmas market, which can be very crucial. Though if he gets the pick, he can actually get the control of that eastern side and make his way inside the side from the double door. But Deathmarks is going to be played. Smoke has been targeted out. Spidey time knows him because the Deathmarks will play. Oh, look at that! Being very lucky with the Flores drone placement. He was about to get his head blown off, but at the same time, he gets towards stuck in the corner. That was a little bit of that luck right there. 47 left on the clock, but my man is on track out defenders. That's how the tactics grenade that we are pulling out too. Fun flashbang out from the face of Spidey time. He's trying to go out of the spot. Trish takes that shot, but Zetus gets the vertical play on Drish. Okay, that just happened. Spidey time is still playing on the VIP section. Dagger has given away the call. Dagger has the information, though very unlucky for this out of beat. At the same time, Spidey time swings it with SMG-11. Dagger, you don't have the call? Okay, now he has it. Why are you looking away? Oh no! Very lack of that coordination play. Ashwin did grab that double, possibly looking for the third. Spidey time will get it though. Oh, Team UWU, that was your play. Anyways, folks, I'm not trying to be judgy over here. These are some of the best team in our South Asia region. Things like that happen. I guess he did have the call though. He was probably being a little bit overexcited to get the kill on that double door area right upon the reception. But anyways, that will be the third round going to the favor of Sea Warriors, making it to 3-1.
They're going to be happy about how they handled that. I know all about Zedux as well with the rotation later on. He was still on the 2F side while most of the attackers were 1F. They hadn't completely cleared him out. He causes a bit of distraction. It causes a bit of collapses in communication in the camps of Team UWU. And unfortunately for them, it's only one round they've managed in their attacks so far. They have 2 more rounds to gamble around with. But Hasib Warriors are going to take us back to the 2F side. I hope their defense this time will be on the better variety. There should be better protection towards the side of Cocktail, and this is where the ban in the Mira causes a lot of problems as well. It's hard to keep track of the piano side, right? Without that, you have to keep on physically at least speaking or jiggling and to make sure someone's not there. You have cams, otherwise you have the Aurora coming in, and again from B. We had seen him with that misplay of the rappel in, trying to come into the window after using the soft breach on the barricade on the window, but yeah, it did work out. But oh, there's a small hole here for a rotation return, almost catching up to the defender that had left that down over there, but no, they don't manage to catch their prey. Beat taking a bit more of a cautious approach towards the window before he reaches the building. Doesn't want to be the prey to any type of spawn peak whatsoever, but this is already a very good setup looking from the side of Hasib Warriors. They even had the Zami Kunais to even create more coverage to play from behind, and this window right here causes a lot of problems. Just from this window itself, before the Dagger had started out the attack in the previous round when 2F was attacked by the side of Team UWU, and it looks like a different kind of approach is being attempted, but no, it should be repelled coming in as well, and this time Piano is being focused quite a bit by Team UWU.
Yeah, as the objective side is going to be on the downward floor, you have to take control of on the second floor. Apologies, you have to take control of the piano. Ooh, look at the swing coming from this. Hasib didn't have the time to react, and that will be the early man advantage being given away. What a oh,
Not quite sure about
okay,
that one.
DZ, DZ. I'm definitely that was not a lucky shot. He actually calculated onto it. But now it's going to be two guys going very early in the round though. What's the mid period of the round? We do have one C4 from the side of Fatar. Right down does have the double impact to get the confirmation. Ash DZ, the confidence that he took at the long shot towards the piano hallway. He will be very happy about that with the same confidence. It's gonna be converged on towards the side of Daisy. Gets the pick on Spidey time. Hasib is looking very shaky in this one, but oh, as Daisy gets one, Baz will get the trade for making it a 4v4 now. Baz left out on the spot. Not gonna happen. It was a bangable, it was a penetrable wall right there, and the wall bangs will come in. And to that pick, it is going to be 2-3 being in still advantage on the side of Hasib Warriors. But as we approach the very last round of this half, it's probably the right time for UWU to equalize this one.
Seems that 2F seems to be the 3F seems to be the kryptonite for the side of Hasib Warriors. So they are going to be a bit of pivoting, a bit of switcheroo, and we'll be heading into reading room and fireplace for the last round of defense in map number 3. There's a clash in ace bands coming out as well. So expect a Hibana or maybe even a thermite if you want even the upward approach, depending on how you go for. It looks like we might even see the appearance of a blitz as well as DZ that is currently hovering over that, and Beat, who was looking to pick up the Nook, might be making the switch over to the side of the Sophia, but Fatar will return back to the Thunderbird. Baz on his Solus will be maybe this time looking not to get caught out too earlier on when he tries to go for the peek up top. Not Yarshit again on the dinner. He seems to have found a preference for this operative. Spidey time making a bit of rotation towards the castle, but the Goyo still in the hands of VS. He's gone for the slug shotgun instead of the vector in his hand, and more pivoting coming from the side of people who, after they realize what it is, they're going for the sledge as well. Caused a lot of nuisance. Maybe even preferred our ram drones getting eliminated. Then there was a drone to see about the run out towards the side of White Draw outside of Freezer over here, and that's why Dagger is being very cautious about it. He sees the hole in the wall. He's going to be careful about what can be coming or what is close by, but the drone should be coming in from his fellow teammates to check it out. Drish is still cautious about any kind of situation, any kind of shenanigans, and it seems like a 3F take is what Team UWU have on the block. They're doing their jobs, they're putting in their claymores in case of runouts, but 3F is where they're going to start entering the building, heading on downwards.
For the time being now, we do have all of the utilities being played out, the active and the passive, both ones. But look at that, Wish knows that Ashit is might going to be coming in from all. Is that Ashit? No, that's going to be Fatar this time around. Playing on the bottom white stairs. Maybe he has that information that can be that two more guys over there, but he's just keeping his presence around those areas to stop the attacking push coming in from the side of DZ. But on the other hand, we do have Sledge working his way out on towards the library stairs. Everybody is so I would say being kind of picky over here to just keeping their focus on towards the western side of the map, which is again going to be the side where library stairs are at. White stairs are at. What is library? Come on. White stairs is at. So them being so dominant, them being so very focused on this side, it can go both ways. Either everybody from the side of Hasib will make sure note of that every time they are trying to approach on towards the exterior terrace, we should go for a run or put out some C4s out, maybe get one or a couple of kills. But this time around is going to be some of possibly the nades getting cooked up from easy as what I heard, but not gonna happen. Zofia is just still trying to play on towards the exterior end. Drish takes some shot, possibly from the side of Fatar. Yes. Oh, almost gets the head though. Not gonna happen. Fatar gets this side of Drish. Dagger on the other end. Drish on the side of Castle. They're trying to get inside the skyline. Not gonna happen. Zeta's gonna deny that. DZ make it a 3v4 now. 40% left on the clock. Everybody's just falling like a deck of cards now. They should get the pick on Zetas though. That should take care of the denied trip miles because it's gonna give away the HP and it's gonna give away the audio cues as well and also slow you down. And that is why we call the Nari strip wire a little bit overpowered around these spots. But for now, Ashut is left out with 40 HP. Other two guys are on full HP. This is not exactly an equalized one, but still a 3-3 now. As trying to make their way, but Ashit in the meanwhile gets beat. He gets a second with the slug shot in hand. There he goes down. Twitch is going for the plant. They don't know about it. Now they know about it. He's on a 1v3. Very hard to do so. They're still trying to find the diffuser and they're still trying to find it back. Not gonna happen.
Ooh, and
Gets the
Fatar gets the last kill onto Dagger over here. That's going to be a Sea Warriors closing out this half with them being 4 rounds up to just the 2, unfortunately, of Team U. And Team U's both rounds came on 3F. So Sea Warriors in map number 3 also seem to be in that strong, commanding lead that we have come to know and love them to be, and especially in the grand final, showing that they are considered more of a top dog over here. Already 2 maps under the belt, making sure that this best of 5 is going to look like quick work for them, trying to get that 3-0 for themselves. But heading into the second half, we're going to have Team U switching over to the defense. Let's see the bans coming out. No exceptions whatsoever. Mira banned out from both sides, both times, as well as Grim getting banned out now. I'm expecting maybe even a Valkyrie ban, even maybe a Zami ban coming in from the side of U, and maybe from the side of Sea Warriors, something like I'm not quite sure what from the side of U, when they ban it out, maybe a shield is what I'm assuming, maybe the Blackbeard or the Blitz, because Sea Warriors do have a tendency to be heavily reliant on shields later on. It's going to be the Azami, it's going to be the Blackbeard getting banned out over here for round number 7.
Yes, sir. I mean, for now, Blackbeard makes sense. The side of Sea Warriors, they like to play shield, but I haven't seen them playing much of the Blackbeard, so who has taken up the call to Blackbeard, so maybe they have something in their mind. Grim makes sense, and of course, Mira and Azami is pretty understandable one coming in from the side of a Sea Warriors. Give or take, we have Scopus being in play from the side of DC. Now, it's not a very huge map where you can actually roam a lot to just waste down the attacker's time or to just catch them off guard and going for the flank, you know what I'm trying to say. But still, a Scopus play alongside DZ, maybe there is, they have probably some tricks up their sleeve that they want to show us in their very first round of Defense Madness.
It might be something up their sleeve that they want to show us. Let's see where Drish is going to, position his Scopus clone, where he can switch up between. Depending on that, DZ is coming in with the Warden. He's expecting some more smoke flashes coming into him. But overall, not many traps in the terms. You have the Ruby Gates as well. You have the Lucius slow down. You have the Mice to deny utility. But you do, in fact, have 2 Aegis that don't provide much in terms of slowing down the opponents. You're going to have to rely on your gunfights. And time of Sea Warriors, they're not going to be bringing any shield whatsoever. With the Blackbeard denied, they think they're going to, rest their chances on just pure gunfight battles and pure utility coming out. And Naughty Ashit has gone for the striker, but he's gone for flashbang and grenades. They're going to leave bursting open the wall into Piano just in the hands of Fatar. From the way it looks like, everybody's on 3F from the side of Team U except for Peak, who is just casually crawling around in reading room, hoping to strike on unsuspecting players from Sea Warriors walking in. The runout is still being watched below in case anything happens, just because of the repel is going on over there. Xenox will again turn his attention that he does have nomads to watch the flanks later on. Here comes the Zofia charges from the windows of Piano. Entry should be imminent from the side of Team U. They have quite a bit of time to play over here with Bullet.
Reloading! Device converted. Frag grenade out! Hacking now.
Bullet.
Reloading, cover me! Device converted.
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
Oh, we do have. Okay, yes.
No, I almost accidentally did something with my mic, but nothing to worry about. It's all fixed. At the moment now, we do see the Colossus being switched out, or maybe Colossus. I don't really know, but I do know both the names. But for now, we do have this bringing out the second robot. Yeah. But we do see the entry being taken away from this, given away from the side of Sea Warriors. Boss takes the first pick on Dagger. Rooney goes down. We're trying to play on the top of the stairs. At the moment, Spy Time is being very cheeky. Probably has still some information though. Spots one towards a cocktail lounge, but the Nation Fire will be taken down eventually. As the situation discussed the double, and there you have it. And this is why I was
kind of being skeptical about the Scopos pick, but he has answered it way too beautifully by getting 2 crucial picks against the piano side. Batar gets a pick on Beato, Baz gets the pick on Drish, double kill coming from both sides, making it 3v2 in the last 40 seconds. Baz going for the plant, a very risky one though, no cover being denied, no cover being given though. One guy's playing on the window stairs, one guy's playing on the cocktail. I'm not really sure about it, but the plant still successfully goes on. Okay, Fatar gets to pick on DZ. The attacking is on point, and there is he left out in a 1v3.
Yeah, he can't do much over here. He's gonna get knifed at the end by Xerox. The flashbang comes in. It's a blind Wamai who doesn't know anything that's around him. All that he sees is white, and unfortunately, that's the only thing he will see till the end of that round, because he ends up getting knifed from Xerox, who jumps down in from Skylight. Hasib Warriors 1 point away from being on map point, being on series point, being on the point of closing it out in a 3-0 fashion. The momentum has been built up from their side, and it seems like Team UWU doesn't think that their choice of site is the problem. 3F yet again selected by them. I'm also surprised that no one stopped the diffuser from getting planted, because they were kind of separated from the side of Sea Warriors. But Team UWU did not capitalize on that fact. They did not make any advantages whatsoever, and unfortunately for them, that proved to be the cause of their demise. And now Hasib Warriors with a commanding lead in map number 3, and finally we get to see the Valkyrie coming out for hidden more surveillance later on from the side of Eat, the side of Team UWU, and a couple of changes coming in. We also have the Jaeger coming out. Drish is going to be sticking into the scope boss. We did see him pick up a kill in the last round, trying to play a bit sneakily behind the robot in front of him. But for now, it looks like Dagger will be making approach below. He's just going to put a barricade, but I can see already a bit of holes being made in the barricades in the window by DZ. He's just waiting for people to walk in over there. This might just be a very quick opening frag of the round.
I'm changing maps.
Yes, certainly. But Sea Warriors being just one map away to put this on a 3-pointer, they will definitely approach this one with a little bit of that caution, which from what we have seen and from what has happened on map number 2, they were very close to taking this out. But after that was the wake-up call coming from Saratu in the last map, and they went all the way towards the 14th scoreline. That was the very first time a run-out being taken from this. Was it needed? At this point of time is going to be the question. Or was he trying to do a superhero move, which you can't. Pushing the scope was mid-air, not gonna happen. Dagger takes a lot of the shots though towards the cocktail launch. And now he has to come back. They have forced him to just play behind these rails, and he's just barely surviving.
He is barely surviving, and this is gonna use the fallen body of his comrade to create a bit of shielding over there in his position. But yeah, I'm not quite sure about that last ditch effort from Dish of trying to make a play for his team. And oh my god, that's not a mistake you expect Naughty Usher to be making over there with the shotgun. There were 2 pumps, but unfortunately for him, he was shot out of the sky the way he was hanging. But Fatar to answer back quickly onto Dagger, but equally quickly Desi answers back onto him. It makes it a 3 versus 3. Make that a 3 versus 2, because Zedux rappelling outside of Piano will be picking up the kill onto Desi, who was trying to trade it out to Fatar earlier on. 2 members left for UWU. Make that maybe just 1.5, because D's is low HP. But Beat with the C4 claims the kill on to Zedux, and now they're going to group up from the side of Team UWU. Both the players are in the same spot. A bit of bait and switch, because some pre-fires over there. You're not going to be expecting somebody on white stairs, and Spidey Time was not expecting DZ from being the solid striking true as well. And Baz is not quite sure where the bullets will be flying from, where he's going to get shot from. All that we know is that he unfortunately could not find any opponents in the Solace, picking up the work, picking up the slack from Team UWU, getting them to their 3rd round of map number 3.
And this is the exactly storyline in terms of the round scores, which was in the case of map number 2, almost the same. They're not exactly a 5-3, but almost the case where Sea Warriors are being very close and making this victory onto their side, making the series point, and making the championship victory, I would say, the title winner of South Asia Elite Community Series. It's just before that what is EU? Come on. on a wake-up call on their side that, hey, guys, come on. We have come all the way till here. We have done our best in map number 1, even though it was a 7-3. We have definitely given it our best in map number 2. And that is why it went all the way to a 7 towards and really, really good play coming in from the side of UWU. But at the moment, yes, it can be said for a moment that Hasib Warriors can be stopped. The attacking is looking a little bit shaky, but UWUs are also getting this round victories coming in from their side towards the very end. This is a very close victory coming in from the last round. So maybe those run-out needs to get stopped. Those really unnecessary spawn peaks also needs to get stopped. But oh! That was a bullet coming all the way towards the side of Nordia's shit. His more than 50% HP has been taken care of. They have to be very careful while approaching these doorways of making the entry on the ground floor if they want to.
Yeah, and they're gonna pay for not being that cautious over there, not being locked below the 50 HP mark. Here comes the sense. Holographic walls provide a bit of entry, but there's a slight gap over there that looks to be taking advantage by the side of Team UWU. Here comes the Candelas for extra protection as well. It seems like entry should be made from the side of Hasib Warriors. They still haven't entered the building. The Candelas do pop right now, and still yet no entry into the building has been acquired from the side of Hasib Warriors. They're taking their time to try and dissect UWU over here, are trying to win out on a single map against Hasib Warriors and failed to do so for at least now in this current time. Another Candela going out. That's the last of them from the side of Zedux, and then last Sense has another to throw, but Fatar will strike first, gets an opening frag for his team onto Dagger, gets a second onto D's, and then who's walking around the line charge was coming as well. It caused a bit of panic over there, but Daisy and Beat are going to answer back equally for the side of Team who get a piece each, equalizing numbers. It's a 3 versus 3. Only Beat is the guy with low HP, but the guy with a 0 HP is going to be Daisy as Fatar picks up his triple kill. This Blitz is on a mission. He's looking to pick up an ace. The shield comes back just in time to prevent his head from getting taken off, and he has the diffuser. He's going for the plan. Fatar gets a quadra in the round with Trish falling down. Only Beat left alive. Fatar should be looking for this. Fatar does. Fatar picks up an ace for the side of Hasib Warriors to put them on map point as well as series point.
Yes, sir. The very first ace in this entire series has been again claimed from the side of Fatar. Let me remind you, folks. Fatar was the guy to get an ace up against Monster Peking as well, and here they have that guy has reclaimed the throne once again, making it to a 6-3 now. Can they do it? Is going to be the right question, to be frankly speaking. 7-3 in map number 1, 7-4 in map number 2, 7-4 again. From a perspective on how UWU is kind of giving away with the runouts happening in, but a lot of lapses happening in, it can be yes. But for the side of Hasib Warriors, they are looking so strong with the not TS3 playing on that shield. But Fatar just popping out already, just making sure that they're just making it look flawless and effortless, to be frankly speaking. And flawless was the round coming in the last
Attackers
one
need
as well.
to locate and defuse bombs.
So, you know what? I don't want to jinx it. I'm not gonna say it. I don't want to jinx it. Maybe yes, maybe no, I don't know.
Jinx or no jinx, Hasib Warriors are on the peak of being crowned your champions, of taking home the 1 lakh INR just for themselves. And Team UWU is going to try their hardest to deny them. Their backs against their wall. Their kind of last chance, the last grasp of straws that they are grasping for over here in this grand finals. In map number 3, in their own map pick of Cafe, they are found a bit squandering about how they want to position. They're in a round of Hasib Warriors have 3 opportunities to close it out, unless UWU will be looking to take us to overtime. But Naughty Ashit switching it up from the Blitz into the Monty this time, and I think we must see the first alibi of the grand final with Desi pulling it out for himself over. He's looking to make up a couple of roams, make it a bit better. Remember, Drish tried to go for the round. That 1 round didn't work for them. I was saying he's going to play a bit more on the safer side with his team. We're going to be in trade room as well and close by, so you have to be careful of the vertical play. There has to be good protection on 3F from your side, and from what I can see from my screen, there's only Dagger and Daisy there on 3F, It's a two-man squad to defend the entirety of the third floor from the side of Hasib Warriors, who are, like we have said before, have the tendency from going top down. Ooh, you spot the feet of the mute, you get a couple of pot shots off, but that's all the Fatar could manage in the situation. And oh my god, the peak's gonna come in over here. The alibi was hiding behind his own clone. Unfortunately, Zedux will shoot through the clone into the skull of Daisy over there, claiming the first casualty of this round.
It was a C4 popped up from beat and Posit was destroyed. From the animation, it does look like, but we do not have that observer focusing on this, so I can't really say and speak about it. But that C4 didn't blew out. We didn't hear the audio, but yeah, it is what it is now, so it's fine. At the moment, the question is still remains the same. Can the Sea Warriors send this out on a BO map score? Gonna be the pick coming in from Saudi Good. Oh, Zedus gets one more right now. It's off for Zedus, but because Zedus gets a triple. Another ace. Maybe yeah, maybe no. We have to just wait for a while though. He hurts it, but no, he didn't look on the other side. Make it to a 4v2 now. Zedus goes down with the P90 spray. DC gets one. Well, looking out to shut down the side of Naughty shit as well, but the shield is going to be a dark horse for other two operators trying to just take control of that break. No, not do it, not do it. Your legs are exposed. Bars right up on the white stairs. Gets one. And a dish up against the wall to keep his team alive. Not gonna happen. 7-4 Hasib Warriors are your winners for South Asia Elite Community Series. And here are the champions, boys, with a 3-0 map score.
They close it out in pretty dominating fashion as well. Map number 3 is going to be a 7-3 affair. And then, like Naughty is saying, this is the true thing they have to keep on. They are both going to be facing against SEA teams, and that's what they honestly have to prepare for. But over here, it's going to be a Hasib Warriors crowned your champion. Another thing that I agree from what I read in the in-game chat over there is that Fatar, shout out to Fatar in the chat, because this man pulls off an ace, pulls off multiple kills through C4s, is a menace on defense, and then he's just becoming a menace on attack as well. He's becoming one of the best support players in the scene from the way it's looking like, and with the kind of support that he has from the rest of his team as well. Zedux also popping off in that last round, gets a triple, almost going for the ace, didn't hear him at the last time, but still multiple frags coming out from multiple members of Hasib Warriors, and Team UWU at least today found a bit lacking over here, Blackjack.
Absolutely, folks. I'll tell you what, that was a map to sit and spectate. All right, I had the chance to just sit here. Pretty much front row seats are as front row as you can get in a situation like this, of course, and I will absolutely say that this was a match to remember. More specifically for Hasib Warriors, I'm pretty sure Team UWU want to put this behind them pretty quickly. However, Hasib Warriors, they gave us a lot to talk about and not a lot to talk about at the same time, because ultimately it was a 7-3 victory for them. Map 4 has been denied, and that's yet another prediction of Blackjack that's going to get thrown by the wayside as well. I never hit with these things, like not even once. It's kind of amazing at this point how how that goes. But with that said, what happened in the map? Let's go through it. I will say the starting was a little bit more even Stevens between the two teams, especially round number 2, because it was a lot of back and forth, but Daisy, Dagger, and Dizzy really kind of held the ship together, brought it in, and made sure the team didn't completely fall apart when the trade game looked like it wouldn't go their way. However, Hasib Warriors, they were not to be underestimated, I will say, because they bounced back with a very clean round in round number 3. Their first floor or second floor reading hold, I think, has been one of the best things they've done in this map of Cafe, because top floor bar just wasn't working for them, right? They had to do something with a different site, and while kitchen worked for them, they needed reading to go their way as well, and they made sure to put in the effort so that it would actually go the way they wanted it to. On the other side, of course, you had the Ace of the Clash ban in the second half. I mean, it's not the worst bans in the world, and given the fact that you didn't have Mira or Valkyrie already, losing the clash wasn't really going to do too much for the side of the defense, which was, of course, Team UWU in that moment. But I will say maybe, banning a Zami in certain situations would still be better. But at the end of the day, it's all hindsight, right? As they say, hindsight is 2020. We moved into rounds 4, 5, and 6, and well, Hasib Warriors had a better time once again. It was a 2-1 in those 3 rounds for them, with overall cleaner play, except for that one time where Team UWU rebounded very nicely, and it looked like we might have a 3-3 in the half. I will say, had it been a 3-3 half, we might have still been in the map, and we might be looking at overtime by now, folks, because each round was going by fast. That's one thing I want to highlight in this map as we kind of get into the halfway point of this summary, which is that the teams were playing this quickly. They wanted the frags, they wanted the entry, and they wanted them as fast as humanly possible. Though, I will say that Team UWU had a few too many collapses as well when it came to their attack side. But going into the second half, right, they tried, or actually, they were, I think, attack on the first half. Yes, they were defense on the first half. My bad. Just forget what I'm saying. I'm all over the place right now because, again, this map was just really good. So I'm trying to piece all my thoughts together. There's a lot kind of swirling up here, But going into the second half, it was just a Fatar show, right? After a certain point, it just became the Fatar show. That ace in round number 9 is going to be spoken about for a while now, because what a time to pull out an ace. Your team's already 5-3 up. You are looking at a relatively good differential, like round differential. Your scores are about as far apart as anyone could expect. And then guess what? Fatar walks in. He's a man on a mission, an ace with an AK-12, and he says, you know what? These defenders, they ain't nothing. Catch these hands, and he just walks into the building with full purpose, right? And like Ashrit said, shout out Fatar. I have to say he's been a standout performer this weekend. 3 match nights back to back, 3 high pressure matches at that, and he has performed consistently all the time. Those C4 throws from Thursday, yesterday, just his all around performance, and tonight to end it with an ace as well. Hats off. There's only so much you can say without sounding like you're going out and glazing the man, which I already am probably to some people. But then moving on, of course, Zedex with the 3 kill as well on that final round. I gotta say it, man. Zedex, when he gets that momentum, when he gets that first kill and kind of is able to take the space, he's really hard to stop. He's like a juggernaut, right? He's really hard to stop when he gets going. You want that to be, like, Zedex to be your first or second kill as a defender or an attacker, like if you're playing against him. Otherwise, good luck. Zedex and Fatar will tear you apart if you let them. And, well, we saw that happen to Team UWU tonight. And that, of course, pretty much wraps it up, right? I've got nothing to say for the bans other than that one note about maybe banning Azami. But then Azami didn't have too much impact on Cafe as well, I feel like. Other maps that she has been before. So, with all that said, that pretty much wraps it up for the grand finals as well, because I've been there on the desk. I've been commentating alongside you both. And all I got to say is, any closing thoughts here, Bullet?
I mean, if this would have been even like a one single map going into the side of UWU, we had so much to talk about. It was Hasib Warriors. It is Hasib Warrior, not worse. It is Hasib Warrior to take the map score with 3-2-0. That's a statement right there about the fact that both of the teams are making it to the APAC Cup Asia qualifier. So, all the best to both these teams. We have been waiting for this, kind of like moment to represent someone from our region representing us in the bigger stages up against some of the biggest and high competitive tier teams. So yeah, all the best to them. But before we wrap up, I guess we have an interview session with the champions of this tournament. And probably I think it's either going to be Ashrit who is going to join us. It's either going to be the side of Taha, but I don't want to get my hopes high. I just want to have a confirmation. But coming in on how you have just said now that Hasib Warriors were looking a little bit flaky, but as soon as the side got swapped, they were so on point. Fatar, but it's not about just Fatar. We even saw Zedis popping it off in round number 3, round number 4, and round number 8. He was the guy after Fatar to just popping it out, whether it's the SMG, whether it's the Retrix F2. But anyways, folks, let's take a look at the stats number 7-3. Now look at the cost percentage. Look at the kills coming in from the side of top. 12-5 in a one single game tells a lot about that potential of that individual. Coming in from the side of Team Woo, this is definitely not the best that they have played, because we have seen them play in some of the most disadvantageous spots they can be in on map number 2. So I guess even though this being a map pick coming in from the side of they still need to work it out. The chemistry between these lads needs to be something that they need to take care of, that they need to take a note of. And yeah, these are the numbers on your screen, madness.
Yep. And with that being said, that was just for map number 3, but let's take a look a bit at the stats of the overall series. It was supposed to be maybe all 5 maps, but it ended up at the 3 map mark itself. All 3 maps going to the side of Hasib Warriors, and then you can see the kills of Fatar, like Blackjack said, like Bullet said, has been a standout performer for the side of Hasib Warrior throughout this weekend. Like 3 back-to-back high-pressure matches where he has succeeded. They were knocked down to the lower bracket, not just due to some files or some technical errors, but they fought their way back up over here, showing why they deserve to be known as your champions. But then if you look at the side of Team Woo, at least Drish has the positive KD. He was trying to fight back a lot of times, but nobody has a positive rating as well. Only Fatar and Zedux have that next to the name. But headshot percentages, look at Zedux and look at Drish, is both above that 65 mark, right? Zedux at 67, then we have 74% from Drish. So high aims coming out, high fights coming out from both these teams. But yeah, unfortunately for them, Fatar just has become a different beast this weekend over here, Blackjack.
I mean, what else is there to say really about Fatar? There's not much we can say at this point, because we've pretty much exhausted all the forms of praise we can give him while maintaining a decorum of professionalism here, folks. But 33-18 in the grand finals, like, okay, yeah, all right. Zedux, let's not discount him. As Bullet said, Zedux was pretty much the guy following up if Fatar was quiet in a round, or if someone else was quiet in the round. But with that said, folks, we're going to be heading right in to that interview segment that we've been talking about for a hot minute here. So let's not waste any more time, and let us go right in to an interview with the man, the myth, the legend, Naughty Ashrit himself from Hasib Warriors. Ashrit, how are you feeling? How is the team feeling after that fantastic grand finals?
Very nice. Bank was a very close contest. I am usually a coach, so I don't have to sweat like this, but today I had to play the BO5, all 3 maps. It's not fun playing this marathon run type of thing. But Hasib and Taha are both cousins, and one of their cousins sadly passed away. So me and Spidey both were substituting. So nothing to do, but we both did our best. Super Spidey, I don't know, some rounds he pulled shotgun out of his hat or something. He clutched those rounds like crazy. So it was good. I was not expecting him to kill anybody. He's a Valorant player now. He did well. So it's good. A little bit tired, but also very happy that we got through even with 2 substitutes. So we were not doing our defaults or anything. Half the time I was just droning, watching highlights of people. Then entire second half of this cafe, like you guys were discussing, I just droned people. I did nothing else. Anybody on default angle, Fardeen is killing, okay, one round aced, okay. Zedux another round, he's close, don't spots a person, he's close enough to kill, kills one, second guy close enough, kills him also by the time the round is over. So it's like, it was good.
Definitely. And then talking about your journey, right? Because you guys went from Qualifier 1 all the way to becoming champions. Talk about how it feels to go through a journey like this.
Qualifier 1, we breezed through. Qualifier 2, I don't know how Moss became such a big opponent. We were chilling in the upper bracket, then it had to become desperate. We were quite sad. We want to have the sportsmanship, but seeing that people are still taking Moss issues in 2025 is beyond us. Then we showed the issue with the admins. They also saw it's repeating. But even lower bracket was fine. Okay, not a big deal, but just a bit disappointed. I was just reminiscing the old times, 2021 era. Blackjack would know, Bullet would know. It's like we had the real CCV, we had Ariel, we had that Zrush person making the 10-man lobbies for us. So many selfless people were there back then. I kind of just missed that era. where the organizers and the community was together. Right now, community is progressing, but I just miss that era, and I miss UG most of all. I know they kicked our backs a lot, but we also kicked sometimes, and that competition made us better.
Hmm.
And without them, feels like something is missing in the region. I don't know what else to say.
I can certainly empathize with that, as given that I'm also just recently returned to casting for South Asian Siege. It does kind of feel nostalgic, but at the same time, it's not the same, is it? But it's not here to discuss us casters' feelings. We're here to discuss you and your team. So let's move on to the next question, shall we? So, kind of in the vein of the tournament and what we've seen you guys play and who we've seen you guys play against so far, who would you say has been sort of your toughest opponent or the one that kind of sticks in your mind the most?
I will always see WSP gave us a very good fight. They played basics well. They are tough to deal with. So you always have to be with your guards up. So for example, yesterday one down player was there. Second floor we are defending. So say Hasib is chilling storage hallway, and then suddenly Ishan with a sledge shotgun comes in, one taps in. So who would expect that kind of a play, right? But WSP does it, and I respect them for it. That they have the freedom that they are trying stuff out like that, and
Hmm.
I will always respect them as a opponent.
So speaking about trying new things in this, now that you have the opportunity to go to the Asia APAC Cup qualifiers along with Timu, will you be changing any of your strategy, or will you be sticking with what has been working with you so far?
Uh, we will try to strat based on our opponent more. The stats that we did here, some like today in the grand finals, two of us are subs. Anyways, we are not doing the
Hmm.
stats properly. Against them, we'll try to do more targeted stats rather than general ones because they are good, uh, fully sponsored teams. They have paid analysts, coaches, everything,
True.
analyzing every WSD we press. So we also have to be equally prepared. We are trying to prepare since last 2 months for this day that we have to face them someday. Um, we may still lose, but at least we want to give a good fight, and for that, on the strategic and gunfight front we should do good. Gunfight front, I have a lot of faith in this team. We have two young gunners in Baz and G-Dux. And the old guard, Ferdin, I don't know how old he is nowadays, still he's tagging out is crazy. So, frag wise, we should be good, but I hope our stats hold up because they are no slouches, obviously.
Absolutely. I think that's kind of the best outlook to have right now, right? Whatever the matches hold in the future, the best thing you can do is strat for your opponent and hope for the best from there. Because if you put the hard work in, I'm sure you guys will take home a victory or two or more. Who knows? But with that said, I've only got a couple more questions. One of which, of course, would be who in your team, since you are, of course, kind of the coach slash sub player, right? You've had the chance to watch this team grow and get to this point. Who would you say kind of gets your vote for MVP in this tournament?
It's a real thing there.
Yeah, we have a surprisingly balanced team for me to vote on it actually. Uh, it's a tie between Baz and Hasib. Like Hasib wasn't here today, but so far he was doing very consistent. Even though
Hmm.
numbers wise, Gdax is the entry fragger, he does great. But impact rounds, I feel it's either Baz or Hasib. Baz pulled really well once these playoffs started, and so did Hasib. So for me, it's a tie between those two. But not to discount the rest of my team, they will scold me a lot, okay, for giving wrong answers here. Uh,
For legal reasons, that's just an interview question.
yeah. Without prejudice is goes on the top of my list still, okay?
This is why the man had to think so much before answering. He knew he would be getting into trouble later on, depending on how it goes out. But at the end of the day, shout out to also Taha and Hasib. They could not be a part, like you saying, you did something, but they, throughout a majority of this competition, have put in their heart and soul into the team as well. They performed, like you said, pretty well at the end of the day, and they have led it up. So hopefully for you guys heading into your future competition, the qualifier itself, that you guys do good. You guys understand with strategy. I know it's hard to go up against a bit of sponsored teams when you are lacking a bit in the funds area with having a separate, support staff around you. But I believe it with the way you guys play, the kind of things that you guys pull off sometimes, it just makes me wonder what else honestly you guys can do, especially on a bigger scale. Like you say, you feel it's a bit lacking that you've not had that team to play against, right? The team that helped you get up to a bit more mark, improve in your game. So maybe now when you face tougher teams in the SA region, that's when the true Hasib Warriors, the better version of Hasib Warriors, they're already a really good team, but the best of you will come out over there. So I hope that you guys will perform over there. Is there any team in particular that you have scouted out from beforehand that you want to approach going into the competition?
First of all, thank you so much for the nice words. The encouragement means a lot. We have to scout both teams for us to reach Tokyo. I think is where the land is. For us to reach Tokyo, we'll have to beat both evenly. So we have to prepare both ways. No team is slouch in any way. Both are really good. So we are preparing evenly. And I will never say I'm looking out to face any one of those because either one of those can absolutely nuke us out of the server. So I'm not looking out to play any one of those, but we are prepared. Okay, that's what I'm saying.
Well, I'm certainly sure that you will give us quite the show once you get there, Usher. You and your team have once again been one of the pillars in this community for a very long time, right? A very, very long time. And it's certainly very fun to see you guys play. And yeah, I absolutely hope you guys just kill it in the APAC Cup qualifiers. I'll be watching, I'll be cheering you on. We all will be, of course. And we do hope to see you progress further. Hasib and Taha, wherever you are, big shout outs to you two as well. Thank you for giving us such great performances to cast over, because it's one thing to cast, but it's another thing entirely to cast such good games, right? And that's exactly what you guys give us, and that's what we look forward to every single time. But with all that said, only one more question. I know you're probably itching to go, celebrate with the team and talk strats or whatever. And it is, of course, the eve of Diwali as well. So there's a lot going on. But Ashrat, one more thing. Since you are kind of the champions of the tournament, what would you say to someone who may be watching this and thinking, I want to get into this, I want to try playing, I want to be like these guys? What would be your words of encouragement to them?
Just play the game. Don't focus on quantity. Focus on the quality of when you play this game. Ensure you have a squad with you. I think I have repeated this in my past interviews also a little bit. Ensure you're playing quality Siege every time you can. Watch Pro League matches. LATAM matches right now were really great. If you can watch those, they were fantastic. And how I got into this game was just facing better people all the time. R6 TMs is there. It's a thing. You guys can go for it if you want. Contact us. And we are, even if you think we are winners, we are any good. I think in my eyes as a coach, half my team is still bottom. So we are not tough to beat, okay? So please come give it a try. It was good to see new teams playing this tournament, and I'm always very excited to welcome new competition into the region. In particular, one player I saw, WSP has this player called I Am New. So I played ranked with him one day. I am New Wave. So I played ranked with him one day with the WSP stack. He is like, I'm playing ranked with him. He says heard. When I gave a call, he says heard. Okay, yes, no. And I'm like, hell, my team doesn't even say the word heard. This guy's saying heard. Good habits are there. So I want more such people to come. That guy does well. I want many more to come. The spirit of sportsmanship should continue. That's how this community will prosper. That is what
Absolutely, and we won't take you much over here. And the last part, because you guys are champions, you deserve. Is there anybody you want to give a shout out to from your side or from your team side?
I want to give a shout out to Frag Nation for conducting this. Also a shout out to all of you casters for sticking through all the rehosts and everything with the huge amount of patience that you guys have. Huge shout out to my team, to all the opponents who keep the sportsmanship up. And for the viewers who stick around to watch this game, I know this is a tough game to learn and everything, but the fact that we're still watching support us is why we still exist. So huge thanks to you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for the kind words, Urshad. And thank you once again for these fantastic games you have shown us today. We'll be letting you go now to go celebrate with your team, and we look forward to seeing you in the Asia Cup APAC qualifiers. Best of luck to all of you.
Thank you.
All right, folks, that was Nadi Ashrat from the Hasib Warriors camp. And now that is pretty much it for the entirety of the South Asia Elite Community Series for Rainbow Six Siege X here at Frag Nation in partnership with Ubisoft. We've been your hosts, Bullet, Madness, and Blackjack, your caster analyst trio, and we have had the honor of casting this wonderful tournament leading up to surely greater things for our region. Big shout out to Frag Nation for a tournament of this scale. It is certainly a great way to give this region a big push in the esports scene for Rainbow Six Siege X. And thank you to Ubisoft for giving us this opportunity to cast these games, to organize them, and to see these players back and new names join the fold. And with that said, folks, we're going to be signing off here and now. It is a great night. You've been hearing the explosions going off in the background of my mic probably the entire night. It is, of course, the eve of the Festival of Lights, otherwise known as Diwali. So we do hope you all have a very happy Diwali and have a very safe one as well. We will be signing off here tonight. We'll be joining you with the fireworks somewhere out there in the country, in the region, and we will see you all in the next tournament. Until then, stay tuned and good night.